Topping your Fox 45 early edition newscast, a safe streets location raided by the FBI. Coming up, Fox 45 is bringing you the reaction from council members as the investigation continues. And today, a Baltimore EMT firefighter laid to rest after dying in a row home fire just last week. How you can pay your respects this morning.
And I'm Wyatt Everhart. We continue to see some clouds rolling in out of the west, but warm temperatures still the story. We'll have those details coming up right.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning to you on this Friday, October 27th. Certainly does not feel like it. Let's go ahead and start off with meteorologist Wyatt Everhart and a look at your forecast. It was gorgeous yesterday, Wyatt.
Yeah, just such a nice, if you're a warm weather fan, you were loving it, right? Chamber of Commerce weather, we'll call that. But changes are already developing in the weather. I think we're going to see a little more cloud cover today. Still a very warm day, though. Take a look at the numbers. 63 now in the city, 54 in Aberdeen, and Annapolis. You sit at 61 right now. Not much wind, a relatively calm morning out there, but there will be some cloud cover today. Temperatures warming up as the sun breaks out, I think, more into the afternoon. We'll end up probably pushing 80 again today, pushing record highs again. And if you like warm weather, you're going to love Saturday. We'll look more at that, look more at the extended forecast. There's big changes by Sunday and Monday. They're coming up.
This morning in a city in crisis, Baltimore's flagship violence intervention program is now under federal investigation. The FBI raided the Bel Air Edison Safe Street location on Thursday, and sources tell us it's up on suspicion of affiliation with the Black Guerrilla Family, or BGF, gang. The FBI also raided the homes of 2 employees of LifeBridge Health, one of the nonprofits that oversees the program. Now, Mayor Brandon Scott says anyone connected to wrongdoing will be held accountable. But Fox 45 News has been demanding accountability within Safe Streets for years now. Our questions about the program's funding, how its employees are vetted, and the training they go through have largely gone unanswered. Longtime resident Baltimore pastor PM Smith joined us on Fox 45 News Thursday, saying a lack of transparency is a major red flag for Baltimore residents.
I want Mr. Barron to follow through on this. I want him to hold everybody accountable. I want him to make sure the mayor is not using Muncie or Safe Streets or Catholic Charities as a front for criminal engagement.
Now,
All right, let's take a look at that weather. And as you can see right now, the temperature is continuing to run very warm out there. And so we'll continue to look for warm numbers across the area. And I do think that today is another day where we're going to see temperatures pushing well up into the upper 70s out there. So again, unseasonable warmth, the story again tomorrow as well. But big changes, much cooler weather and fall-like conditions coming big time Sunday into Monday. We check out that 7-day in just a couple of more minutes.
All right, starting on Wednesday next week, Baltimore County's plastic bag ban takes effect. County Executive Johnny Olszewski has vetoed part of the bill that would have exempted certain types of bags from the ban. Now, taxpayer advocate David Williams speaks on what that means for you.
What the council is trying to do is exempt, mom and pop stores, liquor stores, and really just to have the big businesses pay this. And of course, Megan, businesses don't pay this. People pay this. Consumers pay this. And that's my concern, is that it's going to have a huge fiscal impact on consumers when they go to stores. And you're going to need a bag. When you take stuff home, you'll need a bag, so you'll be paying 5 cents.
This is County Executive Olszewski's second ever veto. Council members could override the veto when they return on November 6th. Well, tonight kicks off a big weekend of sports around the country, from baseball to football. After the break, we go through the games you can watch right here on Fox 45.
It is a new study taking a look at COVID-19 and the flu vaccine and complications in older adults. But this is one where providers say you need to go beyond the headlines. I'm Liz Bonus. We explain why just ahead.
But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gian Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, a New England town shattered from the maniacal actions of one man. The victims and their families and what we know about the suspect. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station CW Baltimore weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. This morning, we're tracking new questions as a study just released on both the COVID-19 and flu vaccines is raising questions about a potential connection to stroke risk. Medical reporter Liz Bonus explains.
Hey everybody, hello to you. This study released by the Food and Drug Administration found that flu and COVID-19 vaccines may slightly increase the risk of stroke in older adults caused by blood clots in the brain. Now, this appears to be a particular concern when the two shots are administered at the same time. But infectious disease specialist Dr. Carl Fichtenbaum of Ohio's UC College of Medicine says when it comes to this information, you need to look at study design.
I think the problem with this kind of study from a design is this study only looked at people who were vaccinated. And what it was looking at was somebody more likely to have an event early on versus later on. And so I think that is probably not the optimal study design.
FDA researchers analyzed data from Medicare claims and found that the increase happened in adults who are 85 and older. This is the second study to find that COVID-19 and flu shots given together put seniors at a higher risk for stroke. There are 3 cases for every 100,000 doses given. The high-dose flu vaccine, which is designed to rev up the body's immune system, was found to be the culprit in these results. So tell me how to balance this information.
There's 5 other studies that have looked at this in national databases throughout the world and found exactly the opposite, no risk whatsoever. And remember, this study has not been peer reviewed, and so that there may be some alterations and changes when it gets an opportunity to go through the normal review process, and the conclusions of the study may have to be a little bit altered based upon how the reviewers view the data.
Now, if you're concerned, it's suggested you space out the shots. Just get them a couple weeks apart. As always, your own provider, the best person to share benefit versus risk for your personal health protection. Hi, medical reporter Liz Bonus. Back to you.
All right, today's the day. Arizona Diamondbacks play the Texas Rangers in the 2023 World Series kickoff happening in Arlington. Now, Arizona's looking to grab its second World Series title ever, with the first being 2001. But the Rangers are in it for their first World Series win. You can watch Game 1 right here on Fox 45 tonight as coverage begins at 7, with first pitch happening just after 8 p.m. Stay tuned with Fox 45 throughout the week for all your exclusive 2023 World Series coverage. Turning now to football, though, as tomorrow marks week 9 of college football around the nation. That means we're gearing up for another sports-filled weekend you can watch right here on Fox 45. Now, at 10 a.m. tomorrow, you can catch the big noon kickoff, and then at noon, Oklahoma, currently undefeated and ranked 6th, they head to Kansas to take on the Jayhawks, who have not defeated the Sooners since 1997. And then at 4 p.m., Oregon, currently ranked 8th, heads to Utah to take on number 13. Despite winning this game last year, the Ducks have not won in Salt Lake City since 2016. But whether it's college or pro, we want to see how you're cheering on your favorite teams here. All you got to do here is scan the QR code on your screen. It's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. There you can upload your pictures and your videos. It is all powered by Stafla. All right, and I'm joined by my either the quarterback, or you can be the running man, my weekend running man.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a lot of sports this weekend.
We're like definitely a double up on the offense on the weekend.
Exactly.
This weather, right? I mean, we were talking about actually last weekend.
Yeah.
The warmth we would see this week, we've seen it.
Yeah, and I've been happy about it. I hope folks have been enjoying this little 80s spritz in the fall.
Listen, when it's blasting the cold area, and we might miss these days. Right?
Yeah.
We might. Fall weather fans, winter weather fans, I get it. You're ready for the change. Believe me, the change is coming, and it's coming relatively soon. Start feeling the change certainly by Sunday and the Sunday night and early next week. Fall-like, to say the very least. 59 right now at BWI, and winds are very, very light. It's going to be a light wind kind of a day. There will be a little more cloud cover today. I mean, yesterday, blue sky all day long allowed us to push up to that record high temperature. I believe it's 83 at the airport. Today, I don't think quite record breaking, because at least some early day cloud cover will probably hold temps down just a bit, certainly in the early day when we're cloudier. Now, through the afternoon, probably we see the sun break through the clouds. That allows us to at least get to 80 or so. We might briefly touch 82 today, but I don't think quite as warm as yesterday for the most part. Still, It is a southerly wind flow coming in, an overall southerly flow off high pressure to our south and west, and that's going to just keep temperatures, again, on the unseasonably warm side around here. Widespread near 80-degree temps from Baltimore to Philadelphia, back down into Richmond. And then beyond that, as we work our way into Saturday, this, if you are a summer weather fan, this is your day. Talking to a friend yesterday, he's taking a boat out. Okay, one last good boating day probably for the season on the day Saturday tomorrow. And then it all starts to change. Cold air begins to march in as we go into Sunday night and really begins to arrive Monday into Tuesday, Monday night into Tuesday specifically, when we see a real drop as our high pressure bubble breaks down and this powerhouse cold front comes screaming in out of the Great Lakes. And we're going to feel the wind and the cold certainly by Monday evening and right on into the day on Tuesday around here. So fall weather fans, rejoice. Look at this drop from the 80s to the 70s to the 60s to the 50s. Yeah. And we're talking about some cold overnight lows during this period as well. We'll talk much more about the extended forecast, even 10 days and beyond, a little later in the news.
All right, let's go ahead and check your Len Stiller traffic network. The time now, 4:50, and the regional camera's looking very clear for you. Good time to get out here at 4:50 a.m. For a check on mass transit, let's go over to Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, we've got 10 train 401 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains of MARC look good for the start. Light rail is on time from end to end. No delays or problems. Metro subway on time, too, between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thanks, Mark. Fox 45 continues to investigate the Safe Streets program as the FBI raids one location. Coming up, we're taking a deeper dive into the history of the program with criminal ties. And this morning, Maine officials still on the hunt for a man responsible for shooting and killing at least 18 people. Coming up, how the Lewiston community is reacting this morning. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. This morning, we're continuing our coverage on the intense manhunt underway for Robert Card in Maine. Now, police believe he's responsible for killing at least 18 people, injuring more than a dozen others in 2 shootings Wednesday night. Federal agents spent hours staking out his home, and at one point, they allegedly went into the house and arrested Card. But he tried to arrest Card, rather, but he was not there. Our affiliate in Maine is taking a deeper dive into Card's background as investigative reporter Dan Lapiro heads to where Card was last known to live. Dan.
In the area around Meadow Road in Bowdoin is where neighbors say Robert Card and his family have deep ties, saying the suspected mass shooter, still on the run, once lived in this home.
I personally have had tragedies. This one here is far beyond anything I could have imagined.
Chris Crosman says Robert Card once helped him with a number of home projects a few years ago.
He did a barn roof with me, and he worked on my daughter's house with me, studding up some walls. Seemed to me like a really good guy. I know he was bringing up a child of his own, so other than that, I can't tell you anything about him. I know a lot of his relatives, and they're all good people. I mean, I never would have suspected anything.
But the I-Team has learned there may have been some warning signs, with a law enforcement bulletin revealing Card recently reported mental health struggles and was committed to a mental health facility over the summer for 2 weeks. State police wouldn't comment today on if they thought Card's mental state played a role in Wednesday night's tragedy.
I think those are all valid questions, and certainly questions that we are looking into now. But not questions that we can answer today.
We've also learned Card was a member of the Army Reserves in Saco, the Sergeant First Class enlisted in 2002 and had no combat deployments. Although the Associated Press reports on a recent training in New York, members of his regiment reported him acting erratically.
One of those things, something snapped. I don't know what.
Do you hope that he finds it in him to maybe turn himself in and end this?
I would actually like to see him turn himself in, or if they can take him without killing him, that would be good. I'd like to know what really happened.
Now, the shooting rampage in Maine marks the deadliest U.S. mass shooting since the one in Uvalde, Texas, which happened in May 24th in 2002. Currently, a shelter-in-place order remains in effect for 2 counties around Lewiston. That means schools and town-owned buildings will remain closed today. Again, police are searching for this suspect, 40-year-old Robert Card.
I very much look forward to constructive conversations over the next 2 days.
Making headlines this morning, Secretary of State Antony Blinken welcomes the Chinese foreign minister at the State Department. China's top diplomat is in Washington for a series of high-level meetings, including with Secretary Blinken and National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. The leaders are expected to discuss the conflicts in the Middle East and Ukraine, among other global challenges. The meetings could set the stage for an expected summit between President Joe Biden and Chinese President Xi Jinping next month. Meanwhile, Russia's military conducts a simulated nuclear strike. It comes hours after the Kremlin's upper house of parliament voted to rescind Russia's ratification of a global nuclear test ban, a ban the U.S. signed but never ratified. Russia's defense minister says the simulation is intended as a practice in the event Moscow must respond to a nuclear strike from an adversary. The test ban treaty, adopted in 1996, bans all nuclear explosions anywhere in the world. Several countries never ratified it, including North Korea, China, and Iran. A Safe Streets location raided by the FBI. Coming up, Fox 45 News is bringing you reaction from members on council as the investigation continues. And today, a Baltimore EMT firefighter will be laid to rest after dying in a row home fire just last week. How you can pay your respects this morning.
And a mild start already in the 60s across much of Maryland. We're headed to 80 again today, well into the 80s Saturday, but we'll talk about the big cool down straight ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Well, just about 5 o'clock on this Friday, October 27th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. We need to see how it's feeling. It was pretty nice out there right now. Warm.
Warmer this morning, and it was warm yesterday afternoon. Will we have that again? Meteorologist Wyatt Everhard with our forecast.
Yeah.
Wyatt?
Hey, guys, look, I mean, a record-breaking warmth yesterday, right? I mean, unbelievable. The sunshine, the Chamber of Commerce weather. A little cloudier today. Not quite as much sunshine, not quite as warm either. And those numbers are really going to change as we go into the second half of the weekend. Right now, you can see the numbers are floating up around 60 to 65 degrees in most spots. A little cooler in Aberdeen, but most of us well into the 60s now. And we only need to warm up about 15 degrees today to hit 80 again. I think even with additional cloud cover and a little rain off to the west, we are still looking at an unseasonably warm day. These numbers that are in the low 60s now, look at this. There you go this afternoon, pushing up right around 80. Up and down the 95 corridor, 80s all over Virginia and Maryland today. So the unseasonable warmth continues, just not quite as warm and sunny as summer like as yesterday. Just a little bit less so in that way. But tomorrow, really a big time warm surge. We'll look at that. We'll look at your extended forecast, talk about when the mercury drops like a rock. It's coming up.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Fox 45 News' years-long investigation into the Safe Streets program comes to a head with an FBI raid on a Safe Streets location.
Now, federal agents executed search warrants on the Safe Streets Bel Air Edison site, as well as 2 employee homes. And that happened yesterday morning.
This morning, there are growing calls for answers.
All I know is about the raid, and so I need questions answered.
Brendan Scott, the comptroller Bill they ran on transparency, and now they're running away from it in the key programs, the public safety programs right here in Baltimore. They need to get serious.
Mackenzie Frost has been leading the Fox 45 News investigation into the Safe Streets program.
She has a look at what we know about that FBI raid.
FBI agents raiding the Safe Streets location in Bel Air Edison, as well as 2 employees' homes. Sources close to that investigation tell us that this probe is possibly connected to gang affiliation, and this wouldn't be the first time that has been an issue for Safe Streets. Thursday morning in Bel Air Edison, Safe Streets location getting locked up as a woman captured by Fox 45 News' cameras leaving the Safe Streets site.
Was the FBI here this morning?
Have a good day. Locking the door just hours after the FBI on-site searching the location. Sources close to the investigation tell Fox 45 News the probe related to possible Black Guerrilla family gang affiliation. The Bel Air Edison Safe Streets site managed by LifeBridge Health. According to LifeBridge, 2 other employees had federal agents show up at their homes. In a statement, LifeBridge telling Fox 45 News, "We are treating this incident seriously and complying with requests from authorities, but it's unclear what requests have been made." The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, issuing a brief statement, pledging accountability for anyone found guilty. While MONSE says the FBI raid does not and should not diminish the work that Safe Streets Baltimore staff do on a daily basis, it raises questions about the operations. We sent questions to Mayor Scott and MONSE asking how many current Safe Streets employees are breaking the law. Are any other Safe Streets sites under federal investigation? Is this latest black eye for the program enough for you to call for a pause in funding for and operations of Safe Streets? Will you now release the names of all Safe Streets employees to the public? MONSE referring us back to their first statement, and Mayor Scott not answering the questions directly, instead saying everyone should be held accountable and he will work with federal partners throughout this investigation. While speculation swirls about what's next, it's clear the FBI digging into Safe Streets and City Hall seemingly standing by its flagship gun violence prevention program. We're still working to find out more information about this latest federal investigation, but the FBI tells me no other Safe Streets locations were raided. In the newsroom, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Well, Fox 45 News pressed city council members about the raid.
It's not surprising at all. I mean, myself and a couple of my colleagues have been very vocal on just standard accountability and transparency, and we've gotten none of that.
Obviously, serious allegations. It would be serious allegations if anybody, had that happen to them. So, I look forward to finding out more about what happened and what the investigation holds, and see what comes out of it.
Fox 45 News sent questions about that raid to every city council member, asking for their reaction to the raid and if the support calls for an audit on the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, which oversees Safe Streets. Now, Mark Conway responded in a statement reading, quote, "This is concerning to see, and I am seeking additional information. We should always expect public safety agencies and those that receive city funds to carry out important public information initiatives or safety initiatives to follow the law."
Well, this is not the first time that Fox 45 News has found Safe Streets workers with criminal ties. Vernon Harper pleaded guilty to federal drug charges that included dealing drugs in the same Safe Street zone where he worked. Ronald Alexander was sentenced to more than 11 years in prison for distributing drugs in Baltimore. Charging documents there include a picture of him in a Safe Streets shirt holding what appears to be a bag of drugs. Prosecutors say he used his position in the Safe Streets program to try to stop investigators from tracking him. The city will not reveal the names of Safe Streets workers, saying they are not city employees and that their identities need to be protected. However, some critics say cases like these are why the public should know who the workers are and how the program is spending money.
Public information such as what we're talking about is public under Maryland law. And when you redact these things, it is arguably a violation of the law on its face in the state of Maryland. So they need to have radical transparency, forensic audits. We need to be able to follow the money.
Well, we want to know what you think in our question of the day. Should Safe Streets be immediately shut down? Taking a look at those who have responded, 97% saying yes at this point. You can make your voice heard by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Well, Fox 45 News has been investigating the Safe Streets program for years, demanding answers about how the program spends your taxpayer dollars and how it keeps track of former criminals it employs.
We will continue our relentless demand for answers. Our commitment to you is to follow your tax dollars and hold city leaders accountable for the Safe Streets program and any other issue facing Baltimore City. You
can find all of our previous reporting and follow along as our investigation continues on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Happening this morning, Baltimore City Fire Department will be holding a funeral for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III.
Pitts was one of 2 firefighters killed as a result of last week's row home fire in Northwest Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from the Cathedral of Mary, our Queen, where he's being remembered. Shannon?
Yeah, the funeral of Rodney Pitts III is set to start, guys, in just a few hours from now at 10 this morning here in North Baltimore. And already you can see the church here behind me where services will be held. It's a somber morning, but it's also a time to remember the hero that he was. Pitts died in the line of duty after a 2-alarm fire ripped through row homes in a Northwest Baltimore neighborhood last Thursday. The 31-year-old father had been with the department for just 1 year and had just been pinned by Chief Wallace in August. Following his death, we heard from Mayor Scott speaking to the kind of person that he was.
EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts is and always will be a hero. Hearing and speaking with his mom and his family last night, he was so excited and so proud to be a firefighter in his town. He loved what he did. He was so proud, right? And hearing from their family.
Meanwhile, a look now at the procession held yesterday for Baltimore City Fire Lieutenant Dylan Rinaldo. Rinaldo was one of 4 firefighters injured in that same blaze last week. He died this week after spending multiple days in the hospital. All of this coming less than 2 years after 3 firefighters lost their lives battling a row home fire on Stricker Street. Again, the funeral for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III is set to start right here at 10 this morning. We do plan to have live coverage throughout the morning. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
The Pentagon reporting a deadly number of airstrikes in the Middle East, and they're now deploying troops. We'll tell you how and why just ahead.
All right, on the weather front, it is one of those scenarios where we are going to be way above average today for this time of year. It's hard to believe the calendar right now, right? Pushing up to 80 this afternoon, and that's really just the start. I think we'll see temperatures really dropping into the probably 60s and then 50s as we go into the early part of next week. But today, on our way to 80 one more time, and a climb that will take a little while today because there are some additional cloud cover today. Not quite as sunny as yesterday, but again, that big drop in the temperatures straight ahead. Just a few more minutes right here on Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Wyatt. Still to come this morning right here on Fox 45's Early Edition. The race for the White House is on. Coming up, where the candidates stand on both sides of the aisle and who's withdrawing.
X, formerly known as Twitter, facing some setbacks as it's trying to add a new element to its platform. Coming up, the numbers showing the downfall of advertisers on that social media giant. It's 5:12. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. This morning, America is readying as many as 900 troops to be deployed overseas. This comes as Washington launches airstrikes against 2 Iranian-linked locations in Syria overnight.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with more on the growing instability in the Middle East. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. Starting off with a live look over Washington this morning, as those overnight airstrikes are meant to send a strong signal to Iran in retaliation to recent attacks on American forces in the region. Now, the White House is blaming the violence on Tehran's proxies in Syria and Iraq. According to the Pentagon, there's been a record number of near daily attacks on U.S. forces in the last 10 days here. The number of attacks climbing to at least 16 after a confirmed unsuccessful strike at a base in Iraq on Thursday. 21 service members have been injured, including several with traumatic brain injuries. It comes as tension between Hamas and Israel spills over into other territories in the Middle East.
We are continuing to support Israel's military security assistance continues to flow to them as needed almost on a daily basis.
Now, right now, deployed forces are coming from Fort Bliss, Fort Sill, Fort Liberty, and Fort Cavazos. It comes as the death toll surges in the conflict between Israel and Hamas. More than 1,400 deaths in Israel and nearly 6,000 in Gaza since the start of this war. This is according to officials on both sides. Now, some leaders of the European Union are still calling for a stop in humanitarian aid so that the war can be paused so they can get aid into the region. But right now, we are still listening in on an EU summit discussing the next steps in this war. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center. Back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Topping your consumer news, X, formerly known as Twitter, is still losing advertisers and users 1 year into Elon Musk's ownership.
According to Sensor Tower estimates, the app downloads fell 38% globally between October 2022 and September of this year. Usage has also fallen, dropping 14.8% globally year over year for the month of September. Insider Intelligence estimates the ad revenue will be $2.9 billion this year. That's down from $4.1 billion last year. Despite the loss in revenue, X is rolling out a new video and audio feature right on its platform.
That new feature will allow users to choose calls from verified users, followers, and address book contacts. Users who do not want to use the call option can disable it by going to their direct messages and clicking on the settings menu. It's the latest step in the social media site's evolution of becoming the, what they call, everything app envisioned by owner Elon Musk.
Trending now, the 2023 Chunky Seal Week winner is crowned. Meet Rocky. Man, she's sleeping because she's the mother of 14. Reports claim that she was once from Kauai and now before making her new home to Oahu several years ago. Rocky is said to be a fan favorite, lounging around, frequenting those popular beaches too. Chunky Seal Week, hosted by the Hawaii Marine Animal Response.
It looked like she waved a little at one
She
point.
did, yeah, she was
Had a
just
little
lounging,
fin.
just kind of like,
She's a mom of 14.
And I'll be honest, I felt like her last summer on the beach, you know, just kind of lounging around, just laying there, like just...
Watching the kids run around.
Just go run around.
Do your
just gonna-
thing.
It's the beach life, you know.
That's right.
Kind of lay
And
out.
we're kind of living that right now.
It
It's
is.
almost
Yeah.
80 today.
I mean, really, a last-second beach trip. If you can do it today into tomorrow, it's doable, right? Low 80s, and the water temps are still pretty warm out there, so you have that on your side if you're a summer fan. Absolutely, Megan. But it all changes, and it all changes by the end of the weekend. So warm weather fans, savor it today and tomorrow because things begin to drop off Sunday into Monday, and they really drop off into Tuesday and Wednesday. Today, though, we're talking about more warmth. From the 60s into the 70s late morning, we'll push up to around 80 late this afternoon. A little more cloud cover today. You know, yesterday were record-breaking highs in the low to mid-80s. Today, I think closer to 80, but this is still like way warm for this time of year. Southerly flow right now and high pressure in control. It all means basically just calm conditions overall and warmer than average conditions on that southerly flow. Again, right around 80 late today. And if your travels take you north or south, it's not really going to matter. You're going to be around 80 degrees. So t-shirt weather once again late afternoon today. And big time, you know, Sandy Point, your favorite spot outside, your favorite park. Saturday is your day to really take it in because Sunday things are going to start to change. We're going to start to see clouds increasing, better chances for showers and cooler numbers. Out there on the radar right now, most of the action well north and west of Baltimore. High pressure still keeps us mostly clear later today, I think. Some midday cloud cover, but the real action out here in the upper Midwest. Powerful cold front on the march, and that'll really start to have its impact. You can see Sunday into Monday, temperatures dropping and high temperatures, I mean, only in the mid-50s as we go from Tuesday into Wednesday. So you see the big drop in temperatures here and a sharp cool down on the way. Nighttime lows getting down in the 30s next week. So there it is for you. A little bit of everything in this 7-day forecast.
A lot of everything. All right, Wyatt, thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network here. 95 southbound. We got some road work there, and as a result of that, my goodness, we are seeing slowdowns there. 1 of 2 southbound shoulders closed right now. 3 of 4 southbound traffic lanes closed. All northbound lanes are open, so that's the good news. But if you're heading this way, not great. Barely moving, inching along right there. We'll keep you updated as this continues. Meantime, let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA joining us this morning. Hi, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got 10 train 505 operating with the 5 to 10 minute delay. The other trains look good for the start. Light rail link showing no delays, on time in both directions there, and Metro Subway on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Well, this morning, Baltimore's flagship violence intervention program is under federal investigation. Sources say it could be affiliated with a gang. Coming up, the other times the two have been linked.
Topping your election 2024 headlines, Minnesota Congressman Dean Phillips announces his run for president with a formal announcement expected today.
Now, this kicks off a long-shot Democratic primary challenge to President Biden. The announcement was posted on a clip just yesterday.
Today, he will be in Concord, where he will file to run in New Hampshire's Democratic primary. The three-term congressman recently left his House Democratic leadership position in the face of intra-party frustration over his calls for a Biden alternative. Phillips has argued the president would be a weak general election candidate due to his age and his low approval ratings.
Meanwhile, conservative talk radio host Larry Elder says he will no longer be running for president. Elder first announced his candidacy in April. However, he never appeared on the debate stage because he failed to meet the donor and polling requirements set by the Republican National Committee. While Elder will no longer be campaigning for the Oval Office, he is throwing his support behind another candidate, former President Donald Trump, as you see there in the picture. He wrote, Trump's leadership has been, quote, instrumental in advancing conservative America First principles and policies that have benefited our great nation.
Meanwhile, in Maryland, Congressman John Sarbanes says he will not run for re-election in 2024. Sarbanes represents Maryland's 3rd district, covering Howard County and parts of Anne Arundel and Carroll counties. He says after 18 years in Congress, he is looking forward to a new chapter of service.
We're going to be warm today and through the weekend. Coming up, meteorologist Wyatt Everhart tracking when showers could move through. You're watching Fox 45's Early.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Early Edition. It's Friday, October 27th. I'm Megan Gilland.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and it's October 27th, and we're talking about summer weather.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Let's see how long it's going to last. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart with the answers.
Yeah, I mean, if you've loved the 80s, right, and then maybe the neon clothing that goes with it. Look, I mean, the bottom line is it's just staying warm out there, right? An 80s surge. Maybe wardrobe-wise, but certainly temperature-wise here late in this month of October. And, you know, these numbers are already in the 60s out there. So it's going to be a pretty significant warm-up as we work through the next, say, 4 to 6 hours from the 60s into the 70s on a southerly flow. And I think more cloud cover today, so not quite as bright and sunny, maybe not mid-80s like some spots had yesterday, but I think close to 80. And so that's still like way above average. Average high 65. We're going to be at 80 today, maybe 85 in areas around Baltimore tomorrow afternoon, but that is it. The hammer will fall as we go into Sunday and Monday. We'll talk more about the hammer coming up.
All right, thank you, Wyatt. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. The major issue that we're talking about is this backup right here. It started at 4:30 and slowly getting by because you have 2 lanes getting by. 95 southbound right near Arbutus here, and this is what it looks like miles back from the actual zone that shut down. It looks like you're even going down to 1 lane and 1 shoulder to get around that. So you're basically going from 5 down to 1.5, if you will. So that's what the slowdown is for here. Everybody else, you're moving along in the green, but again, 95 south of the city in Arbutus, it's going to take you quite some time to get through this.
This morning, in a city in crisis, Baltimore's flagship violence intervention program now under federal investigation. The FBI raiding the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location yesterday. Sources telling us it's on suspicion of affiliation with the Black Guerrilla Family, or BGF gang. The FBI also raided the homes of 2 employees of LifeBridge Health, one of the nonprofits that oversees the program.
Mayor Brandon Scott says anyone connected to wrongdoing will be held accountable. But Fox 45 News has been demanding accountability within the Safe Streets program for years. Our questions about the program's funding, how its employees are vetted, and the training they go through have gone largely unanswered. Longtime Baltimore resident Pastor P.M. Smith joining Fox 45 News yesterday afternoon, saying a lack of transparency is a major red flag for Baltimore residents.
I want Mr. Barron to follow through on this. I want him to hold everybody accountable. I want him to make sure the mayor is not using Muncie or Safe Streets or Catholic Charities as a front for criminal engagement.
This is not the first time Safe Streets has been linked to the Black Guerrilla Family gang. In 2018, Ricky Evans, a former Safe Streets worker, admitted to storing guns and drugs at the Safe Streets location that used to be on Monument Street in East Baltimore. The feds say Evans admitted to using the location as a BGF gang meeting location. BGF has existed for more than 60 years and here in Maryland for more than 30 years. In 2013, the Baltimore City State's attorney indicted nearly 50 BGF members and associates for their alleged role in trafficking guns, using weapons, and committing acts of violence in a Baltimore neighborhood. That same year, if you remember, 13 correctional officers were among 25 BGF members indicted in that takedown of an operation happening inside prison walls.
Some of the ties to the Safe Streets program have brought up some concerns about criminal activity before. Safe Streets, the worker Ronald Brady Jr. was accused of killing Desmond Scroggins in September of 2019. That case went to trial in 2022, but it ended with a hung jury, and Brady was ultimately acquitted in March. Scroggins' family is highly critical of Safe Streets program. They call it, quote, criminal enterprise.
My belief is that our city government is financing a criminal enterprise. I believe that within my heart. Our city government is so invested in it that it's turning a blind eye to what it really is.
Fox 45 News has been investigating the Safe Streets program for years, demanding answers about how the program spends taxpayer dollars and how it keeps track of the former criminals it employs. You can find all of our previous reporting and follow along as our investigation continues on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Baltimore lost a hero, one of our bravest and most dedicated public servants.
This morning, the city is remembering the life and legacy of EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III.
Pitts was killed battling a 2-alarm row home fire just last week in northwest Baltimore. Second firefighter, Lieutenant Dylan Ronaldo, also died from his injuries this week after being critically hurt in that fire.
Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning from the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen, where that funeral for Pitts is being held here this morning. Shannon.
Yeah, and that funeral, Megan and Tom, is set to start in just a few hours. Those that knew him and loved him will be gathering right here in North Baltimore to remember his life, to honor it, and the person that he was. We want to pull up a look at the schedule for today. The funeral is set to start at 10 this morning here at the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen at 5200 North Charles Street. Following the funeral, there will be a procession from the church to Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens in Timonium, where firefighter Pitts will be laid to rest. Now, this is all coming after our cameras captured this, the procession for Baltimore City Fire Lieutenant Dylan Ronaldo yesterday, and he is the second firefighter to die from last week's blaze. He succumbed to his injuries this week after spending multiple days in the hospital. Ronaldo's body was taken from the state medical examiner's office to Duda Ruck Funeral Home in Essex. That's also where firefighter Pitt's viewing was being held yesterday. Now, members of the firefighters union say these losses are immeasurable.
When you technically fight fire together, you depend on each other to have each other's backs. And when something like this happens, it hits you. It takes your confidence away.
You can get closer than family
And I don't think it's not a bond that's easily duplicated in any other walk of life.
Now, 3 other firefighters were injured during this response. They have all been since released from the hospital. But again, the service for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III is set for 10 this morning, and we will be out here throughout the morning bringing you live coverage. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. 5:36 now. We're following a sprawling manhunt in Maine for a man police say opened fire at a bowling alley and bar, and authorities say the gunman killed 18 people.
Taylor Stewart in our live center right now with the latest on this search. Taylor.
Look, you guys, Megan, Tom, the shooter also injured more than a dozen other people in Lewiston, Maine on Wednesday night. 40-year-old Robert Carr, he's at the center of this investigation after authorities say he opened fire on going to one local bar and then going to a spare time bowling alley just a few miles apart. Take a listen to what victims are saying.
We heard a loud noise and I wasn't sure what it was till I heard another shot and I knew. And I seen that I couldn't see her and everybody was running and there was some trees and a bunch of us were just hiding behind the trees wondering what was going on. And I kept asking, where's my sister? Where's my sister? She's in there.
The multi-agency investigation includes at least 80 FBI agents, the DAE and the ATF, Homeland Security. But so far, neighbors do not have any answers. Schools in surrounding communities have canceled classes today in response to the manhunt. We're getting a lot of new information come down through our news sources. We'll bring you the latest updates here at the Live Center.
Well, this morning, new details rising in the case of the Maryland judge who was shot dead right at his Hagerstown home. After the break, how the man accused of the incident was found.
And today we are expecting to feel temperatures in the 80s. Coming up, meteorologist Wyatt Everhart is tracking if those warmer temperatures will last through the weekend for us. It is 5:38 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Now to an update this morning. The man accused of killing Maryland Judge Andrew Wilkinson, Pedro Argote, is found dead in Washington County. Argote's body was found just a mile from where police found his car over the weekend. Police say that he shot Wilkinson late Thursday night outside of his Hagerstown home and had been on the run ever since.
It's relief, but it's still a tragedy that we're dealing with. Most of us up here, we just came from Judge Wilkinson's viewing, met with the family. They were very appreciative. You know, it brings a little bit of closure to them, but it's still a tragedy. They lost a husband, a father, and a brother.
Officials believe Argote shot and killed Wilkinson after the judge presided over his divorce hearing. In that hearing, Argote lost custody of his children. Washington County police say that they are looking into ways to better protect judges in the future. This morning, Maine officials still on the hunt for the man responsible for shooting and killing at least 18 people. Coming up, how the Lewiston community is reacting this morning.
Baltimore EMT firefighter will be laid to rest after dying in a row home fire last week. How you can pay your respects this morning. 5:42, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .545, and that's right. Today, Arizona Diamondbacks Texas Rangers kick off the 2023 World Series in Arlington.
Arizona looking to grab its second World Series title ever, with the first being back in 2001. The Rangers are in search of their first World Series win.
You can get game one right here on Fox 45 tonight. Coverage starts at 7 with first pitch following about an hour later, just after 8. Stay tuned for Fox 45 through next week for all of your exclusive 2023 World Series coverage. Also, now turning to football, as tomorrow marks week 9 of college football all around our nation.
That means we are gearing up for another sports-filled weekend that you can watch right here on Fox 45. Let's take a look. 10 a.m. tomorrow. You can catch Big Noon kickoff at noon. We've got Oklahoma, currently undefeated, by the way, ranked 6th, heading to Kansas to take on the Jayhawks, who have not defeated the Sooners since 1997. It's been a minute.
Maybe they're due. Maybe they are. Then at 4, Oregon, currently ranked 8th, heads to Utah to take on number 13. Despite winning this game last year, the Ducks have not won in Salt Lake City since 2016.
Wow, a lot of history here. Then stick around for Fox NFL kickoff on Sunday. This starts at 11 a.m. right here on Fox 45. Big game here. We got 1 p.m. You can catch the Philadelphia Eagles taking on the Washington Commanders right here in the DMV. Then at 4:30, you can watch women's college volleyball on Fox 45. The Minnesota Gophers heading to Madison to take on the Wisconsin Badgers.
Another great game right there. My goodness, a lot of sports this weekend. Whether it's college or pro, we want to see how you're cheering on your favorite team this season. Scan the QR code right there on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. There you can upload your pictures and videos. It's all powered by Stackla.
Not to mention the soccer games and lacrosse tournaments.
Right.
I mean, you know, the real games.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, we're going to find out if we need sunscreen for the kids tomorrow when they're out on the field.
I mean, probably, and extra hydration, you know, like the electrolytes, kind of summer things that you think about for the games. Then it all changes, right? Sunday starts to maybe be more of a football watching day, but especially as we go to Monday and Monday Night Football, you know, you're talking about a much, much different type of atmosphere out there. We'll break it down for you here in a minute. How about right now, though? 63 degrees right now at the airport. Visibility unrestricted, pretty quiet morning. We've got some cloud cover in place. So these numbers, which are very mild, I mean, these are like high temperatures this time of year normally, they will be slower to warm up today versus, say, yesterday. Yesterday, blue sky right out of the gates. The mercury rocketed into the mid-80s. Today, I think it takes all day to get to 80, most of the day in the 70s. But still, this is like way warm for late October. And it's a light south wind today that helps warm things up as well. You see just how mild it is all over the mid-Atlantic, all the way out to like Columbus, Ohio at nearly 70 this morning. So that is unusual. Now, today, 80 or so late in the afternoon. Mix of clouds and sun, doesn't feel quite as hot as yesterday, but we get the sun back more so in earnest on your Saturday. And so that's why, yes, out at the athletic fields, you want a little more hydration, a little more electrolytes going on. As we go into Sunday and Sunday night, that is where the temperatures really start to drop. And this morning, although the radar looks fairly active, some of this rain not touching the ground. Could we get a stray shower? Possible. Mainly, it's cloud cover overrunning our high pressure bubble just south of us. Now, that high pressure bubble is really what has been giving us the much warmer than average temperatures. This is our powerhouse cold front. This coming in Sunday, and especially Sunday night into Monday, really changing the temperatures. I mean, look at this, 80s to 70s to 60s, down in the mid-50s Tuesday and Wednesday. And Tuesday, wind chill factor probably never feels as warm as the mid-50s. Here's the extended forecast, and you see we are fully down in the 50s throughout the middle part of next week. So be ready for all of it. It's all coming at us.
A cold and blustery Halloween night. My goodness,
yes.
Getting scary there. Thank you very much, Wyatt. Now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network. Great news. Look at this. We've been following the construction zone on 95 south of the city in Arbutus, and they just opened it up, so you are flowing along freely there. Some of you are still back up miles in that little traffic, but it is moving now, so you can take 95 south without any issue. In fact, let's find out what the other side of Baltimore looks like. Taking you to the inner loop here in Towson on 695, and looks like it's great, wide open, no issues to report. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got Penn train 511 operating with a 5-minute delay. Camden train 843 running 8 to 10 minutes late. And Brunswick 874 with a 5-minute delay. Allow time for travel there. Light rail link keeping to the schedule, on time in both directions. And Metro Subway on time from Owings Mills to Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Did the FBI interfere with or shut down parts of the investigation into the Biden family? I'm Christine Frizzau on Capitol Hill, where lawmakers are demanding answers to that question.
Fox 45 News continues to investigate the Safe Streets program as the FBI raids one location. Coming up, we're taking a deep dive into the history of the program that has criminal ties. It is 5:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.54 and lawmakers addressing the people of Maine following the deadly mass shooting that killed at least 18 people.
Maine Senator Susan Collins calls it a, quote, heinous attack and a dark day for her state. Democratic Representative Jared Golden is vowing to push for action. He says he will work across the aisle to pass a bill banning assault rifles, legislation that he once opposed.
The time has now come for me to take responsibility for this failure, which is why I now call on the United States Congress to ban assault rifles like the one used by the sick perpetrator of this mass killing.
A shelter-in-place order remains for residents as law enforcement searches for the suspected killer who opened fire in two separate locations. Officials at the local, state, and federal level are working together to bring the killer to justice.
8 people injured in Maine's mass shooting are still hospitalized at the Central Maine Medical Center. Hospital officials saying 5 of the patients are now stable, while 3 are critical. Chief Medical Officer Dr. John Alexander calls the tragedy unprecedented. He says Wednesday was a difficult night for multiple reasons.
What made it more difficult was the fact that this is our community. A lot of our team members work and live in this community. They know people in this community. They had family members and loved ones and friends who may have been out in these establishments last night.
Bobby Nichols says that her sister, 53-year-old Tricia Asselin, was killed in the shooting. She tells CNN the two were bowling together when they heard the gunfire. She describes the rush to get out of the building and realizing that her sister did not make it out with her.
And I kept asking, where's my sister? Where's my sister? She's in there. And I just wanted to be with my sister. and she was in there.
Trisha's family says that she was shot when she ran to the counter to call 911. Her sister Bobby calls her a hero. The shooter remains at large.
Making your headlines this morning, federal investigation of the Biden family business dealings is back in the spotlight.
Yeah, some Republican senators are once again raising concerns of improper involvement of some FBI officials.
Sinclair national correspondent Christine Frizzell brings us the latest details from Capitol Hill.
New questions about the role of the FBI in steering or squashing certain aspects of the investigation into the Biden family.
The public's business ought to be public. Transparency brings accountability.
Senator Chuck Grassley sending this brand new letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland and FBI Director Christopher Wray, accusing their agencies of obstructing congressional oversight by not providing information, stating the FBI had 40 confidential human sources that provided criminal information related to James Biden, Joe Biden, and Hunter Biden. He wants to know what the FBI did with those sources. In other words, did they investigate or shut down the investigation?
Nicholas Flandos.
For years, Senator Grassley, along with Senator Ron Johnson, led an effort investigating Hunter Biden's business dealings, publishing this report on their findings just before the 2020 election. Findings he now says were incomplete, based on the refusal by top law enforcement officials to cooperate, dating back to August of 2019. Also detailing whistleblower allegations that claimed the Bureau shut down one investigation based on false assertions it was subject to, quote, foreign disinformation. Other GOP senators also demanding accountability.
If they've had credible evidence about corruption or bribery with Hunter Biden, the idea that they would potentially have been suppressing that is really concerning.
Neither the White House nor the Justice Department responded to our request for comment on the record. Now that the House of Representatives is back to work, we imagine this issue will be taken up by the Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government, set up by Republicans to investigate the executive branch with a focus on the Justice Department and the FBI. On Capitol Hill, I'm Christine Frizzell.
The FBI conducts a raid at the Safe Streets location in the Bel Air Edison one this morning. What we are learning about that investigation and a potential gang connection.
You're taking a live look at the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen, where a firefighter killed in the line of duty last week will be remembered today. Straight ahead, I'll bring you a preview of that funeral happening this morning.
And I'm Wyatt Everhart. A few more clouds today, but unseasonable warmth is continuing. We'll talk about when the big drop comes, though. Straight ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
5:59 on this Friday, October 27th. Woo, it's going to be a great day. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen, just realizing this is it for October, the last Friday of the month.
Yeah, and it should be. I mean, a lot of people argue this, and I'll bring it up right now. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart, we're talking about Tuesday's forecast for Halloween. Should be this Saturday, which would be absolutely balmy.
Yeah, I think back to different Halloweens in Baltimore. I mean, you can have 70s and like t-shirt weather. You can have snow. I mean, it really is all over the place. It's going to be a chilly Halloween night around here, no question about that. But a lot of people, they celebrate Halloween Saturday night this weekend. A lot of the adult costumes will be out like Fells Point this Saturday night. Warm weather for that. It could be interesting, to say the least. Let's take a look at the overall setup here. The map showing mid-60s already. And, overall, this is going to be a warm start today. These would normally be like high temperatures on average this time in mid-October, so a warm day. But we have more clouds rolling in out of the west. And so that will mean not quite as balmy as yesterday, not quite as sunny. I think some more sun breaks out through the midday. I think that's going to allow temperatures ultimately to get to about 80. But again, it will take just about all day to get there. We'll talk about the peak heat on Saturday, as well as just how far things fall into Monday night. It's
Thank you, Wyatt. Now let's take a look at your Lynn Solar traffic network here. And the construction zone 95 South in Arbutus is wide open now. The only issue we have to report anywhere is 95 South up in Cecil County. There's a vehicle that was involved in an accident there, and that's causing a slight delay, though. Southbound 95 Cecil County coming out of Delaware, and that's where you have some slowdowns. This one, and the construction zone, as you see, is now wide open. Fox 45 News year-long investigation into the Safe Streets program comes to a head with an FBI raid on Safe Streets location.
Federal agents executing search warrants on the Safe Streets Bel Air Edison site, as well as 2 employee homes yesterday morning.
Now, this morning, there are growing calls for answers.
All I know is about the raid, and so I need questions answered.
Brennan Scott, the comptroller Bill Henry, they ran on transparency. And now they're running away from it in the key programs, the public safety programs right here in Baltimore. They need to get serious.
Mackenzie Frost has been leading the Fox 45 News investigation into the Safe Streets program.
She has a look at what we know about the FBI raid.
FBI agents raiding the Safe Streets location in Bel Air Edison, as well as 2 employees' homes. Sources close to that investigation tell us that this probe is possibly connected to gang affiliation, and this wouldn't be the first time that has been an issue for Safe Streets. Thursday morning in Bel Air Edison, Safe Streets location getting locked up as a woman captured by Fox 45 News' cameras leaving the Safe Streets site.
Was the FBI here this morning?
Have a good day. Locking the door just hours after the FBI on-site searching the location. Sources close to the investigation tell Fox 45 News the probe related to possible Black Guerrilla family gang affiliation. The Bel Air Edison Safe Streets site managed by LifeBridge Health. According to LifeBridge, 2 other employees had federal agents show up at their homes. In a statement, LifeBridge telling Fox 45 News, "We are treating this incident seriously and complying with requests from authorities, but it's unclear what requests have been made." The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, issuing a brief statement, pledging accountability for anyone found guilty. While MONSE says the FBI raid does not and should not diminish the work that Safe Streets Baltimore staff do on a daily basis, it raises questions about the operations. We sent questions to Mayor Scott and MONSE asking how many current Safe Streets employees are breaking the law. Are any other Safe Streets sites under federal investigation? Is this latest black eye for the program enough for you to call for a pause in funding for and operations of Safe Streets? Will you now release the names of all Safe Streets employees to the public? MONSE referring us back to their first statement, and Mayor Scott not answering the questions directly, instead saying everyone should be held accountable and he will work with federal partners throughout this investigation. While speculation swirls about what's next, it's clear the FBI digging into Safe Streets and City Hall seemingly standing by its flagship gun violence prevention program. We're still working to find out more information about this latest federal investigation, but the FBI tells me no other Safe Streets locations were raided. In the newsroom, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Fox 45 News pressed City Council members about the raid as well.
It's not surprising at all. I mean, myself and a couple of my colleagues have been very vocal on just standard accountability and transparency, and we've gotten none of that.
Obviously, serious allegations. It would be serious allegations if anybody, had that happen to them. So, I look forward to finding out more about what happened and what the investigation holds, and see what comes out of it.
Fox 45 News sent questions about the raid to every City Council member, asking for their reaction to the raid and if they support calls for an audit on the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, which oversees Safe Streets. Mark Conway responded in a statement reading, quote, "This is concerning to see, and I am seeking additional information. We should always expect public safety agencies and those that receive city funds to carry out important public safety initiatives to follow the law."
Now, this isn't the first time Fox 45 News has found Safe Street workers with criminal ties. Vernon Harper pleaded guilty to federal drug charges that include dealing drugs in the same Safe Streets zone where he worked. Then Ronald Alexander was sentenced to more than 11 years in prison for distributing drugs in Baltimore. Charging documents include a picture of him in a Safe Streets shirt holding what appears to be a bag of drugs. Prosecutors say he used his position in the Safe Streets program to try to stop investigators from tracking him down. The city will not reveal the names of Safe Streets workers, saying that they are not city employees and their identities need to be protected. However, some critics say cases like these are why the public should know who the workers are and how the program is spending your money.
Public information such as what we're talking about is public under Maryland law. And when you redact these things, it is arguably a violation of the law on its face in the state of Maryland. So they need to have radical transparency, forensic audits. We need to be able to follow the money.
Well, we want you to weigh in on our question of the day. Should Safe Streets be immediately shut down? As you see on the bottom right there, 97% of those who have voted responded yes. And you can vote right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Fox 45 News has been investigating the Safe Streets program for years, demanding answers about how the program spends your taxpayer dollars and how it keeps track of the former criminals it employs.
And we will continue our relentless demand for answers. Our commitment to you is to follow your tax dollars and hold city leaders accountable for the Safe Streets program and any other issue facing Baltimore City.
You can find all of our previous reporting and follow along as our investigation continues on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Happening this morning, the Baltimore City Fire Department will be holding a funeral for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III.
Now, Pitts was one of 2 firefighters killed as a result of last week's row home fire in northwest Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly joins us live from the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen, where he is being remembered. Shannon.
Yes, that funeral for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III is set to start in just a few hours. Megan and Tom, it's set for 10 this morning. So that means friends and family, they will all be here in North Baltimore, right here at the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen, where this service is taking place. Now, it's certainly a somber morning, but it's also a time to remember the hero that he was. Pitts died in the line of duty after a 2-alarm fire ripped through row homes in a northwest Baltimore neighborhood last Thursday. The 31-year-old father had been with the department for just about 1 year and had just been pinned by Chief Wallace in August. Following his death, we heard from Mayor Scott speaking to the kind of person he was. Listen.
EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts is and always will be a hero. Hearing and speaking with his mom and his family last night, he was so excited and so proud to be a firefighter in his town. He loved what he did. He was so proud, right? And hearing from their family.
Meanwhile, a look now at the procession held yesterday for Baltimore City Fire Lieutenant Dylan Rinaldo. Rinaldo was one of 4 firefighters injured in that blaze last week. Well, he died this week after spending multiple days in the hospital. All of this coming less than 2 years after 3 firefighters lost their lives battling a row home fire on Stricker Street. Again, the funeral for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III. It begins at 10 this morning right here. We plan to be out here. We're going to be bringing you that live coverage throughout the morning. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. And topping your next half hour, we'll have continuing coverage of the FBI raid on a Safe Streets location and how this isn't the first time the program has seen concerns over criminal activity.
And I'm Wyatt Everhart. A nice warm-up on tap today. 80 degrees or so late this afternoon. Unbelievable October warmth continues into your weekend, but it all changes by Sunday into Monday. We'll have those details coming up. All right, it is time to take a check of that weather, and the story really continues to be warmth. More cloud cover today. You can see on the satellite pictures here, clouds drifting in out of the west. So a mix of sun and clouds, not quite the bright blue skies of yesterday to start things off, means a big warm up, but just not quite as much, right? I think we're up to around 80 or so late this afternoon. We'll be beyond that. I mean, we're talking well into the middle 80s on your Saturday. And so if you're a warm weather fan, that is going to be your time to shine. But if you're a cool weather fan, you're going to love the extended forecast. And we're going to detail that for you here in just a couple of minutes. We'll head back to you.
Thank you, Wyatt. U.S. preparing to deploy 900 troops to the Middle East as tensions continue to escalate. We'll have more on the latest conflict with Iran coming up in our live center.
Safe Streets now under federal investigation after its Bel Air location was raided by the FBI.
Up next, political commentator Armstrong Williams weighing in on what it means for the program's future. 6:13. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local. This morning, America is readying as many as 900 troops for deployment. This comes as Washington launches airstrikes against 2 Iranian-linked locations in Syria overnight.
Taylor Stewart in our live center right now with more on the growing instability in the Middle East. Taylor.
Absolutely. Starting off with a live look over Washington this morning, as those overnight airstrikes were meant to send a strong signal to Iran. It's in retaliation to recent attacks on American forces in the region, and the White House is blaming the violence on Tehran's proxies in both Syria and Iraq. Now, according to the Pentagon, there's been a record number of near daily attacks on U.S. forces in the last 10 days. The number of attacks climbing to at least 16 after a confirmed unsuccessful strike at a base at an Iraq base on Thursday. Now, 21 service members have been injured. That includes several traumatic brain injuries. And it comes as tensions continue to rise between Hamas and Israel, spilling over into other territories in the Middle East.
We are continuing to support Israel's military security assistance continues to flow to them as needed almost on a daily basis.
Right now, deployed forces are coming from Fort Bliss, Fort Sill, Fort Liberty, and Fort Cavazos. It comes as this conflict continues in the Middle East. More than 1,400 deaths so far in Israel, more than 6,000 in Gaza since the start of the war, according to officials from both sides. Now, some leaders with the European Union are actually calling for a humanitarian pause so that the much-needed aid can finally get into Gaza. We've seen some, but a lot of fuel and water still missing from the region. We're going to listen in on an EU summit that's happening right now and bring you the latest as those tensions continue in the region. Back to you.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Fox 45 News is partnering with Magen David Adom for Sinclair Cares humanitarian relief for Israel. We're hearing that it is the Red Cross affiliate providing emergency medical aid for all people in Israel. To help, you can scan the QR code that you see right there on your screen, or you can go to sinclaircares.com.
6:17 on this Friday morning. We need to find out exactly what the bus stop's going to be like in the morning and the afternoon.
Yeah.
Right?
Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart here with us.
Great to be here, guys. You know, this Friday, it's not quite the sunshine of our Thursday, but we're still talking. I mean, the kids can still dress light.
Right.
Mild day, way milder than average, and even warmer Saturday again. So
wow,
we're all over the place with the warmth. Change is coming, though, right? So enjoy it while we have it, especially if you like the warm weather, if you like the extended Indian summer. This has been your time to shine, and it'll continue to be at least into the first half of the weekend. 62 right now at BWI. Winds are light out of the west. Low 60s out there already. I mean, this won't even be our high temperatures come like Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. So again, it's one of those, you know, enjoy it while we have it type of deals. The southwest wind continues to come in. That'll keep the warm flow coming. So even though today is kind of variably cloudy, I still expect the numbers to push and eventually touch 80 in the city at least. Many of the areas around the city might be in the upper 70s most of the afternoon, but again, still really unseasonably warm, just not record-breaking like yesterday was. Mostly cloudy across most of the western half of the state this morning. You know, we're going to see some cloud cover at times. There'll be a few showers maybe out in western Maryland. Don't really anticipate any rain around central Maryland for the most part. And then a sunnier Saturday means a warmer Saturday as the southwest flow picks up. However, look at these changes coming. After an even warmer Saturday, major chill moving in for your Monday because high pressure bubble that has been in control so far over the course of the week about to change as we get a cold front pushing in out of the Chicago area. And look at the cold air behind that boundary. I mean, you're talking about two different maps right now across the U.S. 30s in Omaha, teens in Bismarck, single digits in Montana. We're going to get the edge of that very cold air, and it comes in Monday into Tuesday. So there's the impact, right? The big drop in temperatures. Much, much cooler after near record-breaking heat as we go into Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Well, let's get a check with Mark Jones with the MTA and find out about our mass transit. Good Friday morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Camden train 843 with an 8 to 10-minute delay, and Penn train 511 running 5 minutes late. Allowed time for travel there in those instances. Out there on light rail link, on-time service from end to end, and Metro subway on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. FBI raids the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location in Baltimore. The raid happening less than 24 hours ago, and little details are known as to the targets or if anything was confiscated. Safe Streets is run by Mayor Brandon Scott's program called Monzi. Well, joining us now to debate the program and its necessity, political commentator Armstrong Williams. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Tom.
We have a location, again, for a Safe Streets location targeted by the FBI. Also, 2 homes connected with people that are in Safe Streets. We don't know much about what they were looking for, what's concluded from this. They're not telling us that much information, but just the looks of this and what this means for the Safe Streets program, do we need to keep it in Baltimore?
Fox Baltimore has been investigating Safe Streets for the last 2 years, asking the mayor for accountability, records, employees, who you're hiring, how the money is being spent. The mayor's office never found the need to share that and be transparent with Fox Baltimore. the FBI, the fact that FBI has decided to go in and raid and also go to 2 employees' home is all you need to know. The FBI do not spend their resources unless they know there's criminal activity, there's criminal behavior, there's misappropriation of funds, whether it's drug trafficking, whether it's storing guns. Because remember, State Street had this issue before, and someone was arrested on some very serious charges. Hopefully, the mayor, it's an indictment of his leadership, would come to grips with the fact that this is one location, but what is the actual duties and how is Safe Street spending that money and who's actually working for Safe Street and those activities involved?
Right, and Armstrong, not only the mayor, but there's also Catholic Charities and LifeBridge Health that have now had their names on some of these locations because they're supposed to be appropriating the funds through those avenues and helping out with hiring process and overseeing it. So do you think LifeBridge Health, now that they oversee this location, do you think they would be pulling out, or Catholic Charities may actually have more, I guess, be more vocal about what's going on?
The question, Tom, is do they monitor the resources, how the money is being spent? And obviously the FBI raid tells us not. So they've got to look at their own credibility and what they're actually associated with, because it tells me there is no question they're in the dark. They know less than we know. But obviously the truth will come out. We have to be patient. And once the FBI releases its report, which it will, we will see what actions the mayor will take and these other charities that are involved with Safe Streets, because obviously Safe Street has some explaining to do, which they've refused to do over the last 2 years.
And Fox 45 will stay on it until we get some answers. Armstrong Williams, thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
It's a big weekend for football fans. Coming up, we'll let you know how you can catch all the action right here on Fox 45.
And one Grammy winner's new album is filling a blank space in fans' hearts. How Swifties are shaking it off to 1989 Taylor's version. It's 6:23. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Trending now, Swifties are in Wonderland this morning with the release of 1989 Taylor's version.
Now, it's a re-recording of Taylor's 2014 studio album, 1989, and marks her 4th re-recording of the 6 albums now owned by music executive Scooter Braun. The original 1989 was Swift's first full pop album and won the Grammy for Album of the Year, making her the first female solo artist in history to win that award twice.
Well, here's what Swifties are saying about the re-recording. You know they've got something to say here. We've got Sunny who says, it doesn't feel safe to go to sleep like Taylor's going to drop a whole other album any minute. That's pretty funny. We've got more reaction coming in. We've got me at the 1989 Bad Song Store. Get it? All right, let's go to the next one here. There's been a sudden outbreak of seagulls in New York City following the release 1989 Taylor's version. That is crazy. I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it's a direct result. One more for you. Taylor in 2014 writing, is it over now?
All right. Well, on the other side of the news, a statewide manhunt is underway for the suspect at large in Maine's mass shooting. Up next, we hear from one of the victims' family.
Honoring a beloved firefighter killed in the line of duty just last week. Straight ahead, I'll have a preview of the funeral for firefighter Rodney Pitts III.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It is Friday, October 27th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and a lot of you will be putting on some costumes for weekend celebrations before Halloween.
Yep, meteorologist Wyatt Everhard is here with Wyatt. Might look a little warmer this weekend in those costumes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, and the city gets so into the Saturday before Halloween usually.
Oh yeah.
I mean, one time I came around the corner in Fells and it was like
it's crazy.
The Wizard of Oz, but I'm talking like the actual, like the real.
Right, like it was a real wizard.
All 4 of them were like on point.
It is the best people watching of the year.
It is, and it's going to be a warm Saturday celebration, okay, we'll call it. The actual Halloween, not so much. It's going to be much, much colder out there. You'll need the warm costume next week. Not so much Saturday. Mild this morning, 60s and upper 50s, right? I think we're going to continue to see those numbers, hover in the 60s for a few more hours. We'll see a warm up today. I don't think we quite get to the old record of 82 back in 1963, but we'll be close. And the cloud cover coming out of the west will be the main reason we won't be quite as sunny and hot as yesterday, but still a very warm day on tap as we push up to 80 or so out of BWI. The rest of this morning, just kind of hovering in the 50s, but you've got clear conditions on the roads. We'll talk about the rest of the outlook, including that big drop in the mercury. It's coming up.
Thank you, Wyatt. Well, this morning in a city in crisis, Baltimore's flagship violence intervention program is now under federal investigation. The FBI raiding the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location yesterday, plus 2 homes. Sources telling us it's on suspicion of affiliation with the Black Guerrilla Family, or BGF gang. The FBI also raided the homes of those 2 employees of LifeBridge Health, one of the nonprofits that oversees the program.
Mayor Brandon Scott says anyone connected to wrongdoing will be held accountable. But Fox 45 News has been demanding accountability within the Safe Streets program for years. Our questions are about the program's funding, how its employees are vetted, and the training that they go through. They've gone largely unanswered. Longtime Baltimore resident Pastor P.M. Smith joined us on Fox 45 News yesterday afternoon, saying that a lack of transparency is a major red flag for Baltimore residents.
I want Mr. Barron to follow through on this. I want him to hold everybody accountable. I want him to make sure the mayor is not using Muncie or Safe Streets or Catholic Charities as a front for criminal engagement.
Now, this is not the first time Safe Streets has been linked with the Black Guerrilla Family gang. In 2018, Ricky Evans, a former Safe Streets worker, admitted to storing guns and drugs at Safe Streets locations that used to be on Monument Street in East Baltimore. The feds say Evans admitted to using the location as a BGF gang meeting location. BGF has existed for more than 60 years and in Maryland for more than 30 years. In 2013, Baltimore City State's Attorney indicted nearly 50 BGF members and associates for their alleged role in trafficking guns, using weapons, and committing acts of violence in the Baltimore neighborhood. That same year, 13 correctional officers were among the 25 BGF members indicted in a takedown of an operation happening inside prison walls.
Some with ties to the Safe Streets program have brought up concerns about criminal activity before. Safe Streets worker Ronald Brady Jr. was accused of killing Demon Scroggins in September of 2019. That case went to trial in 2022, but it ended in a hung jury. Brady was ultimately acquitted back in March. Scroggins' family is highly critical of the Safe Streets program. They call it, quote, criminal enterprise.
My belief is that our city government is financing a criminal enterprise. I believe that within my heart. Our city government is so invested in it that it's turning a blind eye to what it really is.
Baltimore lost a hero, one of our bravest and most dedicated public servants.
Well, this morning, the city is remembering the life and legacy of EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III.
Pitts was killed battling a 2-alarm row home fire last week in Northwest Baltimore. A second firefighter, Lieutenant Dylan Ronaldo, died from his injuries this week after being critically hurt in the blaze.
Jen Lilly is joining us live this morning from the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen, where that funeral for Pitts is being held this morning. Shannon?
Yeah, and that funeral, Tom and Megan, is set to start in just a few hours. Those that knew him and loved him will gather here in North Baltimore. They'll honor him for the life that he led, and they will remember the sacrifice that he made as well. We do want to pull up some information about the schedule here today. If you take a look here on your screen, you can see the funeral is set to start at 10 this morning here at the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen at 5200 North Charles Street. Following the funeral, there will be a procession from the church Church to Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens in Timonium, where firefighter Pitts will be laid to rest. Now, this is coming after our cameras captured this. The procession for Baltimore City Fire Lieutenant Dylan Rinaldo yesterday. He is the second firefighter to die from last week's blaze, succumbing to his injuries this week after spending multiple days in the hospital. Rinaldo's body was taken from the state medical examiner's office to Duda Ruck Funeral Home in Essex. That is where firefighter Pitts' viewing was also being held yesterday. Members of the firefighters union say these losses are immeasurable.
When you technically fight fire together, you depend on each other to have each other's backs, and when something like this happens, it hits you. It takes your confidence away.
You can get closer than family, and I don't think it's not a bond that's easily duplicated. In any other walk of life.
Now, 3 other firefighters were injured during this response. They have all been since released from the hospital. But again, the service for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III, that is set for 10 this morning. We will have live coverage throughout the morning. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We are following a sprawling manhunt in Maine for a man police say opened fire at a bowling alley in a shooting rampage. Authorities say the gunman killed 18 people.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with the latest on this search. Taylor?
That's right, you guys. This is the shooter who injured more than a dozen people, killed 18 others in a small, close-knit community in Maine. 40-year-old Robert Card, the man at the center of an intensifying investigation. Right now, folks are already still at his home. Investigators searching for him, but they've not found him. This morning, we're learning more about the alleged shooter and the victims killed in the deadliest mass shooting since Uvalde, Texas. Take a look at this thrilling surveillance image that shows the moments the mass shooting suspect's deadly rampage began. First, at a local bowling alley, which was hosting a youth night for kids. And then they traveled 4 miles to a second location to a restaurant, killing 18 people in total. Overnight, the FBI returning to Card's home, his last known location in Bowdoin, Maine. At least 80 FBI agents, leaders with the DEA, ATF, and Homeland Security joining in for the search for the gunman. Now, sources on the ground say they were able to recover a firearm from one of his vehicles, but no sight of Card. Here's what we know about him so far. He enlisted in the Army Reserves in 2002, but has no combat deployments. In July, though, at the New York National Guard's camp, Card was said to be behaving erratically and allegedly threatened violence to other soldiers. And then this, take a listen.
We did receive some information this past September that he had potentially made some type of veiled threats towards the Reserve Center here in Saco.
Meantime, an entire community is shaken to the core as we learn more about the victims killed in this senseless shooting.
I just wanted to be with my sister, and she was in there, and I didn't know she was her. When you get anything that happens like this, you go empty, and there's just nothing you can do.
Obviously, just a lot of emotion right now. Schools and communities have canceled classes today in response to the manhunt. We'll keep you updated as it continues. That's the latest from the Live Center.
Thank you, Taylor. A community in Hagerstown is in mourning for the loss of a Maryland judge. How they're coming together this morning to honor his memory.
And we are off to a warmer start this morning. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart lets us know how long the heat sticks around. It is 6:40 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
All right, let's get a quick check of that weather now. Through the next 8 hours, a little more cloud cover than yesterday, but I do expect us still to be way above average, pushing up to 80, not quite hitting a record like we did yesterday. But there are big changes afoot. High pressure breaks down as a powerhouse cold front marches in from the west Sunday night into Monday. Tuesday, much, much colder. We detail that straight ahead.
Thank you, Wyatt. The Rangers Diamondbacks are gearing up for Game 1 of the World Series. Coming up next, how you can watch all the action right here on Fox 45.
And football fans, the Big Noon Saturday crew, they've got you covered.
We'll break down all the college football matchups that are happening this weekend and even tell you about some volleyball. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning. .46 on a Friday morning. Come on. It's the end of October, right?
Yeah.
And you're thinking, all right, we should be getting some gloves, some hats, everything going.
Not the case. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhard with a crazy, amazing Friday forecast.
Megan, Tom, I mean, yeah, T-shirts and shorts and maybe the swim trunks through tomorrow. Okay, but you will need the jacket and mittens like early next week. So
we're all over.
Don't put them away for too long because you will need them soon. I can promise you that. 62 right now at BWI, almost no wind. We've got some cloud cover rolling in out of the west, so these low 60s, which are very mild to start the day around Baltimore, these numbers are going to warm up more slowly than yesterday because not as much blue sky, not as much wall-to-wall sunshine, at least not out of the gates. Sun breaks through later today. We're in a light southerly flow still, so still a significant warm-up, way above average still, as we climb into the 80-degree range by around 2 o'clock or so today. But much of the day will be in the 70s, and again, it's because we will have more cloud cover. And we see that moisture in the mid-levels coming in. I don't think any rain, maybe a spritz here or there in western Maryland, but most of us stay dry. But we'll be under the clouds for a good chunk of the early day. Cloud cover keeping the temperatures down just a little bit below the record highs, but still unseasonably warm by nearly 20 degrees. Now, more sunshine around on your Saturday. That means we are back in the mid-80s in many spots. So that will be record threatening at least. And overall, the trend here is very, very warm. But it all begins to change in the headlines as we go Sunday night in particular, into Monday and Tuesday. Huge change. Our high pressure ridge breaks down, tropical high, behind that area of much colder air coming in out of the basically Pacific Northwest. So this is a big time frontal boundary on the march that will absolutely swing the pendulum the other way Monday into Tuesday. And you see just how cold the air is behind that boundary. I mean, even Chicago today in the 70s, unbelievable. But look at it out toward the Dakotas, 20s for highs today. Now, we're not going to get that cold, but we will get the leading edge of this much colder air, and it's going to feel much more like fall across the east and across Maryland and Baltimore as we go from Sunday down to 70s, 60s, then 50s. That is a major cooling trend, and it holds Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Best chance for rain will be Sunday into Monday, but we're really talking just showers. So, again, warm for now, but big changes ahead.
The road through postseason baseball on Fox 45 is sponsored by Johns Hopkins Children's Center.
Welcome into your MLB postseason report. I'm Rocco DeSangro. Maybe it's not the matchup you imagined or one you would have hoped for, but the Rangers and Diamondbacks are more than deserving of playing in the World Series. If you watch them play, you know what I'm talking about. Both clubs have announced their starting pitchers for Game 1. Nathan Eovaldi will get the ball for the Rangers. He's 4-0 in the postseason with a 2.42 ERA. Eovaldi will be opposed by Zach Gallen, who is 2-2 with a 5.24 ERA. We are your exclusive home for the 2023 World Series. The Fall Classic begins tonight, and you can watch all the action right here on Fox 45. Arizona looking for its second World Series title ever and first since 2001, while the Rangers, they're in search of their first. First pitch in Arlington is scheduled for tonight at 8:03 p.m. Eastern Time. That's your MLB postseason report. I'm Rocco DeSangro.
Hey, Rocco, thank you. We know the Arizona Diamondbacks and Texas Rangers will be kicking off the 2023 World Series tonight in Arlington.
You can catch Game 1 right here on Fox 45. Coverage starts at 7 with first pitch following an hour later. In fact, every game, the first pitch will be at 8:03. Stay tuned to Fox 45 through next week for all of your exclusive 2023 World Series coverage.
Turning now to football. Tomorrow marks week 9 of college football around the nation.
Yeah, that means we are gearing up for another sports-filled weekend that you can watch right here on Fox 45. At 10 tomorrow morning, you can catch Big Noon Kickoff. Then at noon, Oklahoma, currently undefeated and ranked 6th, heads to Kansas to take on the Jayhawks, who have not defeated the Sooners since 1997.
This could be it. At 4, Oregon, currently ranked 8th, heads to Utah to take on number 13. Despite winning this game last year, the Ducks have not won in Salt Lake City since 2016.
Then stick around for Fox NFL Kickoff Sunday. That starts at 11 right here on Fox 45 at 1. Kickoff, and that's the Philadelphia Eagles taking on the Washington Commanders, and it's here in the DMV. Then at 4:30, you can watch women's college volleyball right here on Fox 45. Minnesota Gophers will be heading to Madison to take on Wisconsin Badgers. That's going to be a great match.
Now, whether it's college or pro, we'd love to see how you're cheering on your favorite team this season. You can scan the QR code right there on your screen. That's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, where you can upload your pictures and videos, and it's all powered by StatBuff.
With NFL matchups this weekend, who will come out on top? Coming up in our 8 o'clock hour, Patrice Sanders is back with her this week's pigskin predictions. Do you see that face on the left? No, that celebrity right there.
This is a good one, too. Port Discovery, meantime, getting into the Halloween spirit. In our next half hour, Mark Clark rattling some bones at their new craft workshop.
Yeah, we got a lot going on with Mark Clark this morning, and he always finds the drinks and the food.
We have a drink not quite as exciting as the one Mark's finds, but, you know, it's something.
It's still a coffee break.
Let's
An accused killer is back behind bars this morning, months after escaping police custody at GW Hospital.
Investigators say Christopher Haynes, remember him? He was able to get away as officers were changing his handcuffs. This was 7 weeks ago that we brought this story to you. U.S. Marshals say they tracked him down in Oxon Hill.
An internal investigation underway into whether officers at the hospital followed proper protocol.
Continuing coverage and happening today, the funeral for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III. He died after battling a house fire in northwest Baltimore last week. In just about 10 minutes, Shannon Lilly will be joining us live with more details on today's ceremony.
Road closures, traffic modifications are in place for Pitt's funeral. North Charles Streets will be closed starting at 7 here in just a couple minutes from West Cold Spring Lane to Northern Parkway. It's expected to be open again at noon.
West Northern Parkway will be closed from Charles Streets to 93 following the funeral, 83 that is, following the funeral. So expect closures and delays between 11:30 and 1:30 here today.
Pitt's funeral follows a somber procession for Baltimore City Fire Lieutenant Dylan Ronaldo, the other firefighter who died as a result of last week's row home fire in northwest Baltimore. Just yesterday, his body was taken from the medical examiner's office to the Duda-Ruck Funeral Home that's in Dundalk.
It's not easy to be on the ground where you hear the bang bangs around you in the evening. The reality of the ground, it's very dangerous here.
Lieutenant Ronaldo is the 6th fallen firefighter in Baltimore in just the past 2 years.
3 firefighters died last January fighting a vacant row home fire, and that was on Stricker Street there.
And the fire leading to conversations surrounding the hazards of vacant homes in Baltimore.
The city has nearly 14,000 vacant properties, and one developer is trying to turn some of those crumbling homes around. But as Fox 45's Amy Simpson reports, he does have concerns.
Hank Rahim sees the potential.
It's going to be all carpet up here.
He says this property along South Payson Street is one of several Dolby Group has purchased.
Past 2-3 years, we've been buying properties in the city and the county.
Telling Fox 45 News he moved from Florida to invest here in Baltimore.
And open up the window.
Boarded up homes along this block, a reminder of a problem that festers citywide.
We are just trying to help the community, to help Baltimore, with these vacant properties to come up so they're livable.
Drone video giving a bird's eye view, a small glimpse of just some of the city's vacant homes. Some more visibly deteriorated than others. A dire problem without an overnight fix. According to Baltimore City's Department of Housing and Community Development, there are 13,766 vacant properties in the city right now. 92% of them, the city says, are privately owned.
It's been a roller coaster ride for us, to be honest.
But this real estate investor describes a slew of roadblocks to making rundown properties livable again.
Every time we go in, we're trying to make the house look beautiful, and we're trying to do the rehabs. Again, somebody would come in, vandalize it, break it in.
From vandals to squatters to thieves.
Well, this is the toilet that I've bought like 4 times.
Rahim claims this brand new toilet has been stolen again and again. Also saying it's hard to find contractors to do the work. A police report from August 30th reveals a thief allegedly pried their way inside the property, stealing a ladder, wires, outlets, breakers, a set of tools, even windows and doors.
Once their tools are stolen, they don't want to come back in this neighborhood.
Moving forward, his advice for anyone else who sees potential in the city's vacant housing stock.
Invest a lot of money in security first in order to start your work inside the houses. Trust me, they're going to break in.
As this real estate developer says his team is headed back to the drawing board.
We are probably putting in our pipeline to either get out of this state or go to a investor-friendly state where we can freely work, where there's less crimes and less hurting our pockets.
In Baltimore, Amy Simpson, Fox 45 News.
This morning, Fox 45 News is demanding answers after the FBI raids Safe Street's Bel Air Edison location. How potential gang affiliation activity led to the bust, possibly.
The U.S. strikes in the Middle East. The escalation as U.S. forces target the Iran-backed terror groups who injured U.S. troops.
And a mild start across Maryland this morning. We'll talk about how much longer the unseasonable warmth lasts. Straight ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Straight up 7 o'clock on this Friday morning, October 27th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland, and it is shaping up to be a great start to the weekend.
Yeah, the Halloween holiday weekend, if you will. Oh, yeah, that is. In fact, we want to go right over to our meteorologist, Wyatt Everhart, in for Justin, talking about the great weather.
And the scary change.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
We got it all, and it is timing out for Halloween, that eerie change. No question about that. Saturday night for adult Halloween, very warm. Kids Halloween, not so much. We've got a mild start out there in the 60s right now. Because of the cloud cover rolling in, I don't know that we hit a record today. I think we probably just shy of it. We hit a record yesterday. We could threaten one tomorrow. If this warmth just keeps on coming, but it only does that through about the first half to 2/3 of the weekend, and then much cooler air on the march. Take a look at this. 60s now give way to 70s and 80s this afternoon, and that's just the start, because even warmer tomorrow. Today, dress the kids light, especially for the afternoon. It's going to be warm out there for the pickup, but as we work into the next 72 hours, certainly into the start of next week, major cool air arriving into Maryland. We'll talk more about that in just a couple minutes.
Thank you, Wyatt. And let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network. And looking around the Baltimore region here, no major incidents. There are some slowdowns because we have 195 South right near Keith Avenue. There's some debris in the roadway, and that's causing a little bit of tapping your brakes. Earlier, though, 95 South was the big issue. That was right at Metropolitan Boulevard and 95 South right near Arbutus. And that was because of construction. You can see that is cleared out, and thankfully there is no delays in that area as they move that construction over to the median.
Fox 45 News' years-long investigation into the Safe Streets program comes to a head with an FBI raid on a Safe Streets location.
Federal agents executing search warrants on the Safe Streets Bel Air Edison site, as well as 2 employee homes. That happened yesterday morning.
This morning, there are growing calls for answers.
All I know is about the raid, and so I need questions answered.
Brennan Scott, the comptroller Bill Henry, they ran on transparency. And now they're running away from it in the key programs, the public safety programs right here in Baltimore. They need to get serious.
Well, Mackenzie Frost has been leading the Fox 45 News investigation into the Safe Streets program.
She has a look at what we know about this FBI raid.
FBI agents raiding the Safe Streets location in Bel Air Edison, as well as 2 employees' homes. Sources close to that investigation tell us that this probe is possibly connected to gang affiliation, and this wouldn't be the first time that has been an issue for Safe Streets. Thursday morning in Bel Air Edison, Safe Streets location getting locked up as a woman captured by Fox 45 News' cameras leaving the Safe Streets site.
Was the FBI here this morning?
Have a good day.
Locking the door just hours after the FBI on-site searching the location. Sources close to the investigation tell Fox 45 News the probe related to possible Black Guerrilla family gang affiliation. The Bel Air Edison Safe Streets site managed by LifeBridge Health. According to LifeBridge, 2 other employees had federal agents show up at their homes. In a statement, LifeBridge telling Fox 45 News, "We are treating this incident seriously and complying with requests from authorities, but it's unclear what requests have been made." The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, issuing a brief statement, pledging accountability for anyone found guilty. While MONSE says the FBI raid does not and should not diminish the work that Safe Streets Baltimore staff do on a daily basis, it raises questions about the operations. We sent questions to Mayor Scott and MONSE asking how many current Safe Streets employees are breaking the law. Are any other Safe Streets sites under federal investigation? Is this latest black eye for the program enough for you to call for a pause in funding for and operations of Safe Streets? Will you now release the names of all Safe Streets employees to the public? MONSE referring us back to their first statement, and Mayor Scott not answering the questions directly, instead saying everyone should be held accountable and he will work with federal partners throughout this investigation. While speculation swirls about what's next, it's clear the FBI digging into Safe Streets and City Hall seemingly standing by its flagship gun violence prevention program. We're still working to find out more information about this latest federal investigation, but the FBI tells me no other Safe Streets locations were raided. In the newsroom, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Fox 45 News pressed city council members about the raid as well.
It's not surprising at all. I mean, myself and a couple of my colleagues have been very vocal on just standard accountability and transparency, and we've gotten none of that.
Obviously, serious allegations. It would be serious allegations if anybody, had that happen to them. So, I look forward to finding out more about what happened and what the investigation holds, and see what comes out of it.
Fox 45 News sent questions about the raid to every council member in the city, asking for their reaction to the raid and if they support calls for an audit on the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety Engagement, which oversees Safe Streets. Mark Conway responded in a statement reading, quote, "This is concerning to see, and I am seeking additional information." He goes on to say that we should always expect public safety agencies and those that receive city funds to carry out important public safety initiatives to follow the law.
Now, this is not the first time Fox 45 News has found Safe Streets workers with criminal ties. Vernon Harper pleaded guilty to federal drug charges that included dealing drugs in the same Safe Streets zone where he worked. Ronald Alexander was sentenced to more than 11 years in prison for distributing drugs in Baltimore. Charging documents include a picture of him in a Safe Streets shirt, and you can see him here holding what appears to be a bag of drugs. Well, prosecutors say he used his position in the Safe Streets program to try to stop investigators from tracking him. The city will not reveal the names of Safe Street workers, stating that they are not city employees and their identities need to be protected. However, critics say cases like these are why the public should know who the workers are and how the program is spending your money.
Public information such as what we're talking about is public under Maryland law. And when you redact these things, it is arguably a violation of the law on its face in the state of Maryland. So they need to have radical transparency, forensic audits. We need to be able to follow the money.
We want to know what you think in our question of the day here. Should Safe Streets be immediately shut down? Looking at the responses coming in, 96% of those who have voted say yes. You can make your voice heard right now on foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Fox 45 News has been investigating the Safe Streets program for years, demanding answers about how the program spends your taxpayer dollars and how it keeps track of the former criminals and employees.
We will continue our relentless demand for answers. Our commitment to you is to follow your tax dollars and city leaders accountable for the Safe Streets program and any other issue facing Baltimore City.
You can find all of our previous reporting and follow along as our investigation continues right on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Happening this morning, Baltimore City Fire Department will be holding a funeral for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III.
Pitts was one of 2 firefighters killed as a result of last week's row home fire in Northwest Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen, where he is being remembered. Shannon?
And he is being remembered, Tom and Megan, as a father, a proud firefighter, and now a hero. The funeral for firefighter Rodney Pitts III is set to start in just a few hours at 10 this morning. Already, if you take a look behind me, you can see some of the cars lining up here at the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen. Now, it's certainly a somber morning, but it's also a time to remember the person that he was and the sacrifice that he made. Pitts died in the line of duty after a 2-alarm fire ripped through row homes in a Northwest Baltimore neighborhood last Thursday. The 31-year-old father had been with the department for just about 1 year and had just been pinned by Chief Wallace in August. Following his death, we heard from Mayor Scott speaking to the kind of person he was. Listen.
EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts is and always will be a hero. Hearing and speaking with his mom and his family last night, he was so excited and so proud to be a firefighter in his town. He loved what he did. He was so proud, right? And hearing from that family.
Meanwhile, a look now at the procession held yesterday for Baltimore City Fire Lieutenant Dylan Rinaldo. Rinaldo was one of 4 firefighters injured in that blaze last week, but he died this week after spending multiple days in the hospital. All of this coming less than 2 years after 3 firefighters lost their lives battling a row home fire on Stricker Street. Again, we are giving you a live look here outside where cars are starting to line up for the funeral for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III. This funeral begins at 10 in the morning. We plan to be out here to give you that live coverage throughout the morning. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. This morning, America is readying as many as 900 troops to be deployed overseas. This comes as Washington launches airstrikes against 2 Iranian-linked locations in Syria overnight.
Taylor Stewart is in our live center now with more on the growing instability in the Middle East. Taylor?
That's right, you guys. Starting off with a live look over Washington this morning, where after U.S. airstrikes overnight were meant to send a strong message to Iran. It comes in retaliation to recent attacks on American forces in the region. Now, according to the Pentagon, there's been a record number of near daily attacks on U.S. forces over the last 10 days. It comes as the White House blames the violence on Tehran's proxies in Syria and Iraq. 21 service members have been injured, including several with traumatic brain injuries. All of this, the result of heightened tensions between Hamas and Israel, spilling into other regions in the Middle East.
We are continuing to support Israel's military security assistance continues to flow to them as needed almost on a daily basis.
Right now, deployed forces are coming from Fort Bliss, Fort Sill, Fort Liberty, and Fort Cavazos. As many as 900 troops are preparing for deployment. It comes as the conflict continues to ramp up as the death toll is increasing. 1,400 deaths in Israel and nearly 6,000 in Gaza since the start of the war. That's according to officials from both sides. Now, some leaders of the European Union are actually in a meeting right now. They're calling for humanitarian pause so that much-needed aid can get into Gaza. Right now, we're listening in on that meeting. We'll bring you the latest updates as they come in here at the Live Center.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Here's a look at some of the stories making headlines here at this hour. The funeral for a Maryland judge killed next to his home in Hagerstown is happening this morning. Why a day filled with sadness is bringing relief to Andrew Wilkinson's friends and family.
After the break, our coverage of the FBI raid on the city's flagship gun violence intervention program continues. We take a closer look at Safe Street's criminal history and questionable spending tactics. 7:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
I'm not knocking all of them, but I'm saying some of the Safe Streets workers are what they call 50%ers, which means 1 foot in, 1 foot out. The reality is that we don't know how many people they're talking to. We don't know that they're actually stopping any crime or stopping any beefs at all.
In after FBI agents raid the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location in the city, along with the homes of 2 employees. While agents are staying pretty tight-lipped about the scope of this probe, sources close to the investigation tell us that federal agents are looking at possible connections with the Black Guerrilla family gang. This morning, we have community activist Reverend Al Hathaway joining us live to weigh in on these pretty big developments. Reverend Hathaway, thanks for being here.
Thanks. Great to be here as well.
You and I were talking. You remember when Safe Streets actually got started, kicked off. You were a pastor at the time. You worked with them.
Yes, I did.
What did you see at that time?
You know, I was back and started in 2007. That's when I began my service at Union Baptist Church in West Baltimore. We had a very tense kind of community and situation. These young men, we called them in. We had them along with the police. They understood the community. They could communicate ways where if I took a cross or a Bible or a Star of David, I wouldn't be able to interact with people. They could do that. So we needed them there to interact with persons.
And it was working at that time.
It definitely was working. Definitely worked. I continued that relationship. Every quarter, I would have them along with others in the community at that church.
Over the years, Reverend Hathaway, did you notice a change in that program? Was it not working as it did on that first year?
I think what's happened then, it was experimental. Then it's grown exponentially. Well, as it grows exponentially, that means there have to be more oversight, more accountability, more transparency in terms of the funds. They weren't receiving as much money then as they are now.
We heard so many people crying, we need an audit for this. This is city taxpayer money. You just need to make sure that it's going to the right place. If there's more accountability, could this be turned around?
I think when you look at the oversight entities, LifeBridge and Catholic Charities,
Yeah.
I think they have the capacity to drill down deeper. I think we need to ask them to drill down deeper in terms of their management and oversight of the program.
But for what we have right here, right now, were you surprised to see this news yesterday as this
No, I'm not
broke with the
surprised. And
raid?
one of the things we should realize in Baltimore City is that the federal agencies are looking very closely at all the operations of our political leaders, operations of our organizations, operations of our nonprofits, and everybody needs to operate with a sense that they are under scrutiny at all times.
As a community activist, what's the next step for you? This is taxpayer money that's going to keep these programs afloat and hopefully keep all of us safe as a result. Where are your cries?
Well, I think when you get public funding, that means public accountability. And I think that we have to realize that it's very important that anytime you get a taxpayer dollar, anytime you get public funding, you should be accountable for that, and you should be responsive to outcries that say, what are you doing with our resources?
And, you know, there's been many. We have our question of the day. Should this be shut down immediately right now until this is revamped? What are your thoughts on that?
I can't lay there. No, we can't shut it down. There's too much going on that is good. We've got to ferret out that which is bad.
So this raid could be the first step in doing that.
Well, I mean, you got to look at it. The federal government doesn't come in unless it really has some real issues that they're looking at. And I think the fact that they're looking at those issues, let's identify what they are, let's ferret out those individuals, and now let's get together to make a wholesome community.
And not to mention, it brings up the whole other issue of the BGF back strong in Baltimore. You and I both remember 2013, the huge bust here.
Oh, my. I mean, when you think about organized entities, there are very organized entities that don't have the community best interests at heart. We've got to ferret those out as well.
All right, Reverend Hathaway, we appreciate your time and weighing in. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We want to check in now with meteorologist Wyatt Everhart. He's got a look at our forecast here as we head into a weekend.
Yeah, Megan, and I mean, this is one of those beautiful, beautiful sunrises this morning. I mean, look at the color palette there on the sky. So a gorgeous start to the day here. Fantastic. And weather-wise, really pretty quiet. Mostly cloudy skies, but a beautiful sky. 63 degrees right now on a calm wind. Now, we're in the low 60s out there in Baltimore and most of the surrounding suburbs. A little cooler out toward Eldersburg, but these southwesterly kind of overall wind flow today, combined with sun breaking through the clouds, another unseasonably warm day on tap. No question about that. I think we push up to right about 80 degrees today. Old record 82. Maybe we get there. I think probably we're just below it because more cloud cover today. Just not quite as much sunshine as that beautiful bright Thursday we had when we did hit record high temperatures today. Very close. Cloudy conditions at times rolling in out of the west today with a little mid-level moisture. Future scan shows the clouds kind of hold and then break up a bit, especially into the afternoon, so that'll allow the temperatures to bounce up a little bit more. And even sunnier around here for our Saturday. That means probably low to mid 80s in many spots, including downtown on Saturday. Way unseasonably warm, very close to records on Saturday. So it's even warmer to start the weekend, but a major blast of chilly air moves in for Monday and beyond. Tropical high pressure bubble in control right now. A little bit of cloud cover wrapping around it. Powerhouse cold front sweeping through the Midwest right now, coming out of the the upper Northwest, and that is going to be diving south into the country's midsection over the next 48 to 72 hours. So these 80s today, even 70s in Chicago. Look at those 20s out toward the Dakotas. We're not going to get that cold. We're going to get a taste of that much colder air. Look at the drop. 70s on Sunday, mid 60s on Monday, and down in the 50s we go Tuesday into Wednesday. Windy conditions too as we go from Monday into your Halloween time frame on Tuesday here. So very chilly here as we go from Halloween into the first days of November. So enjoy the warm start to the weekend while we have it.
Thank you, Wyatt. And football, baseball, or volleyball? Why not all three? Because we have it all. Still ahead, the games you can catch this weekend right here on Fox 45.
At Port Discovery tonight, the kids can rattle their bones and also do fun stuff like this. We'll tell you about it coming up. That's pretty horrifying, right? We'll tell you about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
$724 and rattle your bones on down to Port Discovery's Halloween workshop.
Mark Clark is live at the museum with some crafts that you can do this year with the whole family. Mark, what do you have there?
Okay. Well, look, man, I know I'm not a professional, so please do not judge me, but Rachel is. Our vice president here. Rachel, we're going to shake our bones tonight? Rattle our bones
We
tonight?
are. We're going to rattle our bones here at Port Discovery Children's Museum from 5 to 9 tonight. So come on down. We're located in Baltimore's Inner Harbor, and we'll be getting into all kinds of spooky fun.
And so, parents, pack the kids up and come on down.
Yep.
And bring the grandparents too.
Absolutely.
And we can all decorate, right? We can all do this?
Absolutely. We've got pumpkin decorating. These were generously donated by Wegmans. We've got monster sock puppets going. And we've got all kinds of activities throughout the night. We have a costume parade running twice throughout the night. We've got our spooky maze. All set up for some Halloween fun. We have story times throughout the museum. We have lots going on, so yeah, bring the family and come on down.
And you know what? We got to tip the hats to Port Discovery. Always innovative, fun, educational things to do. And so, hey, take advantage of it. I mean, you know what? You got to appreciate it. How are numbers looking? Are people hopping in?
Yeah, it's going to be great. We've got plenty of room, though, so go on to our website, portdiscovery.org, and come on down and join us. It's from 5 to 9 tonight.
Awesome. So thanks again, guys. So a great time, guys. And again, you know, come on down. Bring the kids.
All right, let's see that pumpkin one more time, Mark.
Yeah.
You've been coloring a lot. Let's see what you got there. Well,
yeah, I didn't really. I don't know.
You should put, Mark, you need to put that down with the other ones. Put it down next to the other ones, the professional ones that are out front. Let's see. Let's see if they nailed it kind of. Oh, yeah, man.
I like the one tooth that's kind of like hanging a little bit there. It's a happy pumpkin. Look at those eyelashes.
All right, we're going to get him some coloring skills lessons here. Thank you, Mark. If you'd like to have some more information about Port Discovery and how you can help Mark, you can fill in one of those pumpkins here. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
I like the glitter. Well, we are looking forward to some glitter outside. A pretty nice, warm weekend ahead. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart has more on just how hot, we're saying the word hot in October, that it's going to feel in that full Weather Authority forecast.
You're taking a live look at the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen, where preparations for the funeral of firefighter Rodney Pitts III are right now underway. Straight ahead, I'll bring you a preview ahead of that funeral happening this morning. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's October 27th, a Friday. Sometimes it feels good, but it doesn't look good. Sometimes it looks good, but it doesn't feel good. Today, we get it all.
In fact, we want to see your sunrise pictures right now. Just chime them in right here. Show us exactly what the sun looks like in your neighborhood so we can share it with everybody else. Great sunrise pictures. I mean, just beautiful videos right there.
Yep.
And what a way to start off this holiday weekend, if you will, because Halloween's coming up.
Here we go. I'm Megan Gillen. Thanks for joining us.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have meteorologist Wyatt Everhard in here for Justin, talking about exactly how beautiful it's going to be today and tomorrow.
He picked a good Friday to have off. Right? I mean, sunshine mixed with clouds today. Warm, certainly unseasonably warm, but not quite as, I'll call it, hot as it was out in that direct sunlight Thursday afternoon. Look at this beautiful sunrise, and you see the cloud cover there. So it's like a mix of sun and clouds today, and I'll hold temperatures down just a little bit compared to yesterday. The city at 63, Aberdeen, our cool spot in the 50s, most spots in the low 60s. I think we're right up knocking on the door of another record high this afternoon in the low 80s. Cloud cover kind of intermittently coming in out of the west. That means that the temperatures in the 60s do climb, but not maybe into the mid 80s. I think we'll get to about 80 later today. Still way above average for this time of year. And certainly if you're out and about this afternoon, hey, short sleeves, shorts, Gatorade, you name it, things will change dramatically as we go from Sunday into early next week. We'll detail that coming up.
All right, sounds good, Wyatt. Thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller traffic network. No major incidents here at this point or delays as we look across our live cameras, at least things moving pretty smoothly there. This morning, in a city in crisis, Baltimore's flagship violence intervention program is now under federal investigation. The FBI raided the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location yesterday. Sources telling us it is on suspicion of affiliation with the Black Guerrilla Family, or BGF gang. The FBI also raiding the homes of 2 employees of LifeBridge Health, one of the nonprofits that oversees the program.
Mayor Brandon Scott says anyone connected to wrongdoing will be held accountable. But Fox 45 News has been demanding accountability within the Safe Streets program for years. Our questions are about the program's funding, how its employees are vetted, and the training they will go through, and how have they gone through largely unanswered.
This is not the first time that Safe Streets has been linked to the Black Guerrilla Family gang. In 2018, Ricky Evans, a former Safe Streets worker, admitted to storing guns and drugs at the Safe Streets location that used to be on Monument Street in East Baltimore. The feds say Evans admitted to using the location as a BGF gang meeting location. BGF has existed for more than 60 years and here in Maryland for more than 30 years. In 2013, the Baltimore City State's attorney indicted nearly 50 BGF members and associates for their alleged role in trafficking guns, using weapons, and committing acts of violence in a Baltimore neighborhood. That same year, if you remember, there were 13 correctional officers that were among 25 BGF members indicted in the takedown of an operation happening inside prison walls.
Some with ties to the Safe Streets program have brought up concerns about criminal activity before. Safe Streets worker Ronald Brady Jr. was accused of killing Damon Scroggins in September of 2019. The case went to trial in 2022, but it ended with a hung jury, and Brady was ultimately acquitted in March. Scroggins' family is highly critical of the Safe Streets program. They call it, quote, a criminal enterprise.
My belief is that our city government is financing a criminal enterprise. I believe that within my heart. Our city government is so invested in it that it's turning a blind eye to what it really is.
Fox 45 News has been investigating the Safe Streets program for years, demanding answers about how the program spends taxpayer dollars and how it keeps track of the former criminals it employs. You can find all of our previous reporting and follow along as our investigation continues on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Baltimore lost a hero, one of our bravest and most dedicated public servants.
Well, this morning, the city is remembering the life and legacy of EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III.
Pitts was killed battling a 2-alarm row home fire last week in Northwest Baltimore. A second firefighter, Lieutenant Dylan Ronaldo, died from his injuries this week after being critically hurt in the blaze.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning from the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen, where the funeral for Pitts is being held this morning. Shannon?
Yeah, that funeral is set to start, Tom and Megan, in just a few hours. And those who knew him and loved him will gather here in North Baltimore. In fact, already we're seeing some of those preparations underway. You can see first responders have arrived here and they are gathering outside of this church before the service. We also have some of the road blocked off, and again, some of the preparation underway. Some fire engines showing up, so starting to really prepare for this service. We do want to get you to a look at the schedule for today. The funeral is set to start at 10 this morning here at the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen at 5200 North Charles Street. Following the funeral, there will be a procession from the church to Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens in Timonium, where firefighter Pitts will be laid to rest. Now, this is all coming after our cameras captured the procession for Baltimore City Fire Lieutenant Dylan Ronaldo yesterday. He is the second firefighter to die from last week's blaze, succumbing to his injuries this week after spending multiple days in the hospital. Ronaldo's body was taken from the state medical examiner's office to Duda Ruck Funeral Home in Essex, where firefighters Pitts viewing was also being held yesterday as well. Members of the firefighters union say these losses are just immeasurable.
When you technically fight fire together, you depend on each other to have each other's backs, and when something like this happens, it hits you. It takes your confidence away.
You can get closer than family, and I don't think it's not a bond that's easily duplicated in any other walk of life.
The 3 other firefighters were injured during that response. They have all been released from the hospital. But again, we want to give you another live look out here. The service for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III. It gets underway here at 10 a.m. Already we're seeing those preparations underway as the sun starts to rise this morning. We'll continue to have live coverage all throughout the morning. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Also happening today, family and friends will say goodbye to a Maryland judge shot and killed at a home.
Now, this day comes with sadness and also some relief as the suspect in the murder has been found. John Gonzalez with our Sinclair sister station out of Washington, D.C. has the latest.
Exactly a week after Judge Andrew Wilkinson was gunned down in an ambush-style attack in his own driveway here in Hagerstown, family, friends, and this grieving community will say goodbye. We are at St. Anne Roman Catholic Church here in town. This is where the funeral will take place at 10 o'clock this morning. Now, the Wilkinson family did release a statement thanking the public. In part, our family would especially like to thank local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies for their immediate and continued response to this tragedy. Drew would be very grateful for all of your efforts for both us and the community. Now, the funeral of the beloved judge comes just a day after his killer was found dead in a wooded area near Hagerstown. We have learned that Pedro Argado's body was discovered in a remote wooded area outside of Williamsport, Maryland. The sheriff's office didn't release details on the cause of death. I spoke with local private investigator Jim Orte, a former fugitive hunter.
I found over my career of hunting fugitives that about 70% were still in the area. And you would think they would run far away, but they don't have the resources unless they prepared for it.
Orte says there's a very good possibility Orgote was tracking the judge, surveilling him. We have learned that Maryland Senator Will Smith will be introducing legislation to protect judges to try to block their home addresses in the entire state of Maryland from being put online. In Hagerstown, John Gonzalez, Fox 45 Morning News.
A weekend warm-up, it's here, followed by a cold front. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart is tracking the system ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. 7:40 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
All right, let's get a check of that.
7:42. We want to get a check of your forecast. You need an introduction.
Yeah, meteorologist, ladies and gentlemen, meteorologist Wyatt Everhart.
Welcome, welcome.
Thank you very much for that. Yeah, you see the weather graphic come up. Somebody's like, is it me? Is it you? We'll see. Look, the bottom line is all about the warmth today and tomorrow. In fact, you can see today quickly up to about 80, old record 82. Close. I don't know that we get there today. We broke the record yesterday. Tomorrow, like mid-80s in the city. So this is going to be really warm on Saturday. But tracking that powerful cold front that's going to bring us way back to reality for Monday and even into Halloween Tuesday. We'll have more on that in just a couple of minutes. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Wyatt. Possible gang-affiliated activity leads the FBI to raid Safe Streets Bel Air Edison's location. Fox 45 News examines if it could lead to more transparency from that organization. 7:43, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .46, the FBI raids Baltimore Safe Streets location in 2 homes. And taking place Thursday morning, little is known about the targets or if anything was actually confiscated. Safe Streets falls under the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, has been controversial to say the least, as the mayor's office has poured millions of your tax dollars into the program. Joining us this morning, a lawyer and a spokesperson for the community group Peace, Uripsi Morgan. Good morning, Uripsi.
Good morning.
LifeBridge Health manages this Bel Air Edison location. There's 10 different sites. They manage like 5 or 6 of them, while Catholic Charities is the other. We were thinking, okay, that organization will be able to kind of follow this a little bit more and we get a little bit more transparency. That's not the case.
No, it hasn't been the case. You know, I attended a city council meeting just a couple of months ago in which even Councilman Yetzi Schleifer was asking questions and could get no answers as to how this organization works, you know, where is the accountability, or even just procedures. How do you know if there's been a violence been interrupted that had some sort of a weapon, and there were no questions to any of these answers.
The questions there, not only the money flow, we're talking about millions of dollars going into this, the mayor banking everything on this, saying this is going to get guns off the streets, going to make communities safer, and we can't tell you everything about it because of the, I guess, the sensitivity of the nature of what they're going to be dealing with. They're going to be people that go to gang members, and if you have their identity, they can become targets, or they think maybe the violence would actually escalate. So that is understandable, but then how do you follow if there's any progress?
You know, I would say it's not really that understandable. This is taxpayer money. And on top of that, most of these guys are out here wearing T-shirts that say Safe Streets. They're not undercover. You know, these are community members that have been specifically chosen because of their past history in the criminal justice system, right? And so for the mayor to continue to act like this is some sort of covert operation where the public can know nothing about it is absolutely ridiculous. And I've talked to community members about these Safe Street programs and how they're working, and most of them scoff at it and say, you know, the doors are closed. We know who the people are. It's not a secret. So I think that, you know, if anything, the community was probably less surprised than anybody about this raid.
Ripsy, you look back at Baltimore here, and when this was really started, the mayor was saying, okay, gun trace task force was really bad. We're not making sure that doesn't happen because it was a group that basically had carte blanche to do whatever they did and to get numbers back. We saw how horrible that program happened. So we switched it, and he started moving more money now into this program that he's really starting to fund here in Safe Streets, and he expanded that. It's almost like there's a similar feel. There's no real transparency in who's actually following everything that's going on. I mean, this group, Safe Streets, is now seems like they have carte blanche to do whatever they need to in order to mediate these circumstances.
Yeah, it's very ironic, isn't it, that, you know, the mayor, just like everybody else, rightly so, was very critical of the gun trace task force because of how much money and secrecy they were allowed to operate with. And yet, instead of stopping any kind of similar thing from, you know, starting under his administration, he's basically recreated what's happened through Safe Streets. And I'm not saying that Safe Streets itself is a terrible program. The Johns Hopkins report that came out recently showing that it had reduced homicides, just to be clear, that was in the years 2007 to 2011 that it had that significant reduction in homicides, and that's right there in the report. So there are, you know, good things that can come from a program like this when it is conducted properly. But this mayor, for whatever reason, has chosen to operate in secrecy, and now it sounds like the only people that can get information are the FBI.
Ripsy Morgan, spokesperson with Peace. Thank you.
Thank you.
Coming up on 7:50 here on a Friday morning, time to get a check of our weekend forecast.
Yes, it's a purple Friday, but it feels like an orange weekend because it's Halloween weekend. We have meteorologist Wyatt Everhart.
Yeah, I mean, just a beautiful start to this weekend, temperature-wise and visually. I mean, just take a look here. I mean, just take that in for a minute. What a beautiful sunrise and beautiful weather on tap for late October, no question about that. 63 now at BWI. Temperatures really across most of the Baltimore metro area are in the low 60s. A little cooler out here along the Chesapeake. We've got 53 Joppatown and 55 there on the east side in Essex. But overall, this is a mild morning, no question. Southerly flow, very light southwest wind, and through the day, as the sun breaks through those clouds on and off through the day, up to about 80 degrees late this afternoon. Not record-shattering warmth, but certainly very close to record levels. And off to the west, we do see more cloud cover coming in, but, you know, I think really it's just a fair weather cloud cover type mix with the sun breaking through. Mild day, sunnier Saturday. That means an even warmer Saturday in the mid-80s for the city, I think. Major chill, though, coming in by Monday into Tuesday. High pressure bubble has been holding tough. That's kept the warm weather building in. However, we see a major cold front positioned just west of Chicago. That thing is going to dive in, and I mean really bring it. Bring that cold air as we go into that second half of the weekend, especially into Monday and Tuesday. The 20s and 40s out west about to punch their way in. So look for 50s. That's it. Tuesday and Wednesday. A much colder trend here. Kids bundling up Tuesday night, but for the adults out Saturday night for Halloween, it looks pretty warm. A little bit of everything here for everyone.
Thank you, Wyatt. Plenty of football matchups this weekend, but who will come out on top? Still ahead in our 8 o'clock hour, Patrice and Mark Clark have this week's pigskin predictions.
And just in time for Halloween, why today is the day to head to your local animal shelter and pick out a black cat for your family.
Oh, but first, it's a perfect time for some black caffeine.
For sure. Let's take a coffee break right meow. Trending now, Halloween is almost here, which makes today the perfect day to celebrate a pretty spooky superstition.
It's National Black Cat Day. These dark furry friends of the night capture our attention all around the Halloween season, but they're actually anything but being creepy.
That is just an old superstition. Black cats are just as loving and just as affectionate as any other, so they tell you.
Right, but their unlucky reputation helps keep them among the least adopted cats at shelters. So if you want to help, head to your local shelter and show a black cat some love.
Aw. And whether you have a black cat, a gray cat, an orange cat, we want to see how you are celebrating them today and every day. You can share your pictures with us on FOX45.
Scan that QR code you see right there on your screen. It will take you to foxbaltimore.com where you can upload all of your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Halloween just a few days away, but it's going to feel a lot more like summer this weekend. Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart is going to let us know how warm it's going to feel in his full Weather Authority forecast.
And Port Discovery has all the activities for the kids starting tonight. Come out and you can decorate your hand puppets. You can decorate your pumpkins. It's a great time for the kids at Port Discovery. I'm Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
We are taking you into the news right now on Fox 45 Morning News.
It's 8 o'clock, and here are today's top stories.
A Safe Streets location raided by the FBI. Coming up, the latest in the investigation as members of the city council react.
Happening later today, the Baltimore City Fire Department will be holding a funeral for an EMT firefighter who died in a row home fire just last week. Just ahead, how you can pay your respects.
And topping your international news, tension between Hamas and Israel spilling over into other territories in the Middle East. Just ahead from our live center, how White House officials are reacting to the destruction overseas.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, it's 8 o'clock on this Friday morning, October 27th. Thanks for joining us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland. We have meteorologist Wyatt Everhart here with our forecast.
Yeah, good morning, guys. And what a Friday it's going to be out there. I mean, maybe not quite as much wall-to-wall sunshine as Thursday, but we're talking about near 80 again after a start in the low 60s. So this is a mild weather scenario, no doubt about it, no matter how you slice it. 60s widespread this morning, on our way quickly to the 70s and eventually knocking on the door of that old record from 1963. That was even before Tom's time back there in the 60s. And, you know, look, it's an old record. I don't know that we quite get there today, but it's going to be close. Clouds coming in out of the west. And, you know, I think these temperatures, again, set to go up pretty nicely here, right through the upper 70s at the very least, and probably touching 80 late this afternoon. We'll talk more about when temps go the other way, way down there. They're coming up.
Thank you, Wyatt. 8:01, Fox 45 News years-long investigation into Safe Streets programs comes to a head with an FBI raid on a Safe Streets location.
Federal agents executing search warrants on the Safe Streets Bel Air Edison site, as well as 2 employee homes yesterday morning.
This morning, there are growing calls for answers.
All I know is about the raid, and so I need questions answered.
Brendan Scott, the comptroller Bill Henry, they ran on transparency. And now they're running away from it in the key programs, the public safety programs right here in Baltimore. They need to get serious.
Mackenzie Frost has been leading the Fox 45 News investigation into the Safe Streets program.
She has a look at what we know about the FBI raid.
FBI agents raiding the Safe Streets location in Bel Air Edison, as well as 2 employees' homes. Sources close to that investigation tell us that this probe is possibly connected to gang affiliation, and this wouldn't be the first time that has been an issue for Safe Streets. Thursday morning in Bel Air Edison, Safe Streets location getting locked up as a woman captured by Fox 45 News' cameras leaving the Safe Streets site.
Was the FBI here this morning?
Have a good day. Locking the door just hours after the FBI on-site searching the location. Sources close to the investigation tell Fox 45 News the probe related to possible Black Guerrilla family gang affiliation. The Bel Air Edison Safe Streets site managed by LifeBridge Health. According to LifeBridge, 2 other employees had federal agents show up at their homes. In a statement, LifeBridge telling Fox 45 News, "We are treating this incident seriously and complying with requests from authorities, but it's unclear what requests have been made." The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, issuing a brief statement, pledging accountability for anyone found guilty. While MONSE says the FBI raid does not and should not diminish the work that Safe Streets Baltimore staff do on a daily basis, it raises questions about the operations. We sent questions to Mayor Scott and MONSE asking how many current Safe Streets employees are breaking the law. Are any other Safe Streets sites under federal investigation? Is this latest black eye for the program enough for you to call for a pause in funding for and operations of Safe Streets? Will you now release the names of all Safe Streets employees to the public? MONSE referring us back to their first statement, and Mayor Scott not answering the questions directly, instead saying everyone should be held accountable and he will work with federal partners throughout this investigation. While speculation swirls about what's next, it's clear the FBI digging into Safe Streets and City Hall, seemingly standing by its flagship gun violence prevention program. We're still working to find out more information about this latest federal investigation, but the FBI tells me no other Safe Streets locations were raided. In the newsroom, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
All right, Mackenzie, thank you. We want you to weigh in on our question of the day. Should safe streets be immediately shut down? Right now, looking at the results, 96% of those who have responded say yes. You can vote right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote. Happening this morning, the Baltimore City Fire Department will be holding a funeral for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III.
Pitts was one of 2 firefighters killed as a result of last week's row home fire in Northwest Baltimore.
Shannon Lilly joins us live from the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen, where he is being remembered. Shannon.
Yeah, he is being remembered, Megan and Tom, as a father, a proud firefighter, and now a hero. The funeral for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III is set to start in just 2 hours from now at 10 this morning. Already, we are seeing quite a bit of emergency response crews arriving here. We're seeing dozens and dozens of firefighter personnel and people gathering as this service is soon to get underway. It's certainly a somber morning, a lot of emotion out here, but also a time to really remember and reflect on his life. Pitts died in the line of duty after a 2-alarm fire ripped through row homes in a Northwest Baltimore neighborhood last Thursday, you'll remember. The 31-year-old father had been with the department for 1 year and had just been pinned by Chief Wallace in August. Following his death, we heard from Mayor Scott speaking to the kind of person that he was. Take a listen.
EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts is and always will be a hero. Hearing and speaking with his mom and his family last night, he was so excited and so proud to be a firefighter in his town. He loved what he did. He was so proud, right? And hearing from that family.
Meanwhile, a look now at the procession held yesterday for Baltimore City Fire Lieutenant Dylan Rinaldo. Rinaldo was one of 4 firefighters injured in that blaze last week. He died this week after spending multiple days in the hospital. All of this coming less than 2 years after 3 firefighters lost their lives battling a row home fire on Stricker Street. Again, the funeral for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III. It begins at 10 this morning. We plan to stay out here. We'll bring you live coverage throughout the morning. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Airstrikes in the Middle East, this time from the U.S. We'll tell you about the escalating tensions and how many troops are getting ready to be deployed.
Was the FBI here this morning? Have a good day.
Stay right here with Fox 45 Morning News for continuing coverage on Baltimore's flagship violence intervention program that is now under federal investigation. That's topping our next half hour. We're going to let you know why Safe Streets is in the hot seat over criminal activity.
And I'm Wyatt. Ever heard another unseasonably warm day out there? Get ready for 80-degree temperatures and even warmer on Saturday. We'll talk about when the cold air hammer falls, though, on the other side of this break.
Well, let's take a quick look at your Len-Stoller traffic network and some of the cameras around the region. We do have a 2-vehicle accident. It's causing some backups on the outer loop in Kearney. It's over to the right shoulder now, but the delays are still there. Everybody else is moving along just fine in the Baltimore region.
This morning, America is readying as many as 900 troops to be deployed overseas. This comes as Washington launches airstrikes against 2 Iranian-linked locations in Syria overnight.
And Taylor Stewart is in our live center this morning with more on the growing instability in the Middle East. Taylor?
That's right, you guys. Starting off with a live look now over Washington this morning. Following airstrikes from the U.S. meant to send a strong message to Iran. It's in retaliation to recent attacks on American forces in the region. Now, according to the Pentagon, there's been a record number of near daily attacks on U.S. forces in the last 10 days. The White House blaming the violence on Tehran's proxies in Syria and Iraq. But keep in mind here, 21 service members have been injured. That includes several with traumatic brain injuries. Now, this is all the result of heightened tensions between Hamas and Israel spilling into other territories in the Middle East.
We are continuing to support Israel's military. Security assistance continues to flow to them as needed, almost on a daily basis.
Right now, as many as 900 troops are preparing for deployment from Fort Bliss, Fort Sill, Fort Liberty, and Fort Cavazos. It comes as the death toll surges in the Middle East. As it stands right now, 1,400 deaths have been reported in Israel, nearly 6,000 in Gaza since the start of this war. Now, some leaders with the European Union are calling for a humanitarian pause in the war so much needed aid can get into Gaza. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center.
Thank you, Taylor. Fox 45 is partnering with Magen David Adom for Sinclair Cares humanitarian relief for Israel. MDA is the Red Cross affiliate providing emergency medical aid for all people in Israel. If you'd like to help, you can scan the QR code you see right there on your screen, or you can go to sinclaircares.com.
The suspect in the Maine mass shooting still at large. Straight ahead from our live center, what we know about the suspect, plus reaction from the shattered Lewiston community.
But first, Baltimore's flagship gun violence intervention program, Safe Streets, put under the microscope. After the break, we'll open the books and look at the program's criminal history and where your tax dollars are being spent. 8:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 16 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Fox 45 News has been investigating Safe Streets for 2 years, demanding answers and accountability from the mayor's office about how your tax dollars are being spent. Again, as we've been reporting all morning, we now know the FBI raided the Bel Air Edison location, and as we wait to see the scope of their probe, we want to bring in CEO of OpenTheBooks.com, Adam Andrzejewski, joining us live here this morning. Adam, good morning. I know you and your organization, you have been fighting for months to open the books on all city spending, trying to get a copy of the city checkbook. What are you finding?
Well, in March, we started this process. We still don't have a copy that's useful of the city checkbook. In April, the city finance department gave us a city checkbook and redacted the vendor names. That's useless. You can't follow the money if you don't know who got paid. And so we've continued the process. We consulted with the city law department. They said, file the request with Comptroller Bill Henry. And Comptroller Bill Henry, he ran for office on a promise of transparency, but it certainly looks like he's running away from that promise. He didn't even respond to our Maryland Public Information Act request and said, we're going to issue a demand letter demanding that he produce the city checkbook, including vendor names, account numbers, dollars spent, so the people right there in Baltimore can start to follow the money. And we're going to demand that he produce that over the course of the next 10 days, or we're going to sue him for it.
And that goes right to the comptroller's office. Am I getting that right?
Exactly. And look, you know, in Maine, we've got the state checkbook. We've got the Baltimore City Public Schools. We have Baltimore County. We've got, for crying out loud, we've got Annapolis and Frederick and Gaithersburg. You know, there's no excuse in the internet age. I mean, we have Chicago, Los Angeles, New York City. We've the top 500 most populous cities in the country. We have their checkbook. 15,000 municipal bodies across the country. We have their checkbook, including all state governments and the federal government, all the way back to 2001. What's going on in the city of Baltimore?
And that's a question certainly being asked after yesterday's raid, too. Let's circle back to Safe Streets. How could this checkbook actually give some answers, shed some light on what's being done with tax dollars there, Adam?
Well, it was a big story just a couple of weeks ago when Fox 45 filed that Public Information Act request, and Safe Streets redacted the vendor names. So you couldn't follow the money at Safe Streets. They redacted the names, actually, of the people training the employees. And so that is at its core on the FBI raids. It's about the employees. Who's employed at Safe Streets? The names of the employees, the violence interrupters, are redacted, and also the names of the folks training those people are redacted. So this transparency cuts right to the heart of the problem.
It's huge, especially as we head into a mayoral election next year. Adam, we're fighting for those answers. I know you are too. Hopefully some of us get them soon.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
8:18 is the time on this Friday morning. A lot of activities this weekend. We need to find out exactly how to dress.
We have the one and only meteorologist Wyatt Everhart here with a beautiful sunrise here this morning.
Megan, Tom, it's fantastic, and excuse me, I really need the sunglasses even here at the weather wall, right? I mean, it is bright, it is looking good, and we're talking about a warm weather scenario, not just today, but certainly in a Saturday. 61 now at BWI downtown, similar numbers. And got 50s on the east side, 56 Eldersburg. All these numbers, as the sun gets a little higher, really going to be warming up on this southwesterly wind flow. So overall, warm weather fans rejoice today. It will be mild. Not quite as maybe hot in the sun as yesterday when we did break records, because a little more cloud cover today. All right, we've got a little more action on the satellite, some mid-level moisture this morning. Then we'll go back and forth a little bit with the clouds today and the sun. So that will probably just take a degree or two off the otherwise still very warm high temperatures. And overall, I think a little more sun late day than early day, and even more sun Saturday versus today or Friday. So bright and warm today and tomorrow. However, as we go into Sunday night into Monday, yeah, we start to feel that chill, and it only ramps up from there into Tuesday. Take a look. High pressure ridge holding tough. That's our warm weather maker. However, our next weather maker, powerful cold front out here toward Minneapolis, and that is going to be the much colder air diving in, bringing just a dramatic temperature drop. I mean, look at this. We're down 30 degrees from today's high by Tuesday's high. That is going to be a sharp change. And fortunately for the trick-or-treaters out there Tuesday night, it does look chilly and blustery. So again, enjoy the warmth while we have it.
Thank you, Wyatt. Well, we're taking a look at the headlines happening today across our region. Funeral for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III, who was mentioned was one of the firefighters killed in last week's row home fire, will happen at the Cathedral Mary Our Queen. Now, roads right near the church are already closed or being closed off, and officials say expect delays in that area. Funeral for Andrew Wilkinson, also the Washington County judge who was killed in his driveway right outside of his home, will happen at St. Anne Roman Catholic Church that's in Hagerstown.
Are you ready for Week 8 of the NFL? In our next half hour, Patrice Sanders and Mark Clark going head-to-head in this week's Pigskin Predictions.
That's right. Good morning, everybody. Coming up, we're going to be talking with Rachel here at Port Discovery, and you too can work on your sock pucket. I can't say my name. Sock pucket. Okay, let me stop before we get arrested. All right. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Happening right now, we want to take you out to the funeral procession for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III. It's just beginning now. We just watched them during our commercial break put his body in his casket on the back of that fire truck here. It's a look from the Duderuck Funeral Home in Dundalk.
Powerful moment there as you saw the other firefighters there giving a final salute there. We know that he lost his life while fighting a fire in Northwest Baltimore Thursday afternoon. He had been with the department for just a year and a half. He was just officially pinned by Chief Wallace in August of this year. Again, live there from the procession as it is about to get underway.
Yeah, the beginning shot with that fire truck, and we'll follow that as much as we can as it goes to Mary Our Queen, that church that's right here in right off of York Road. That's where Shannon and Lily is standing by too. So we'll be getting some live shots of this coming up throughout the morning.
8:25 now this morning. Pumpkins, bones, monsters. Oh my.
Mark Clark is live at Port Discovery Children's Museum, and he's learning his acting skills through some sock puppets. I'm sorry, wait, I thought we were going to Mark, but obviously we went to sock puppet. How are you doing today?
Well, actually, Tom, you're correct. It's Mark Clark in sock puppet form. I can't say it. I don't want to get arrested. Okay, anyway, it's me. It is me, Tom. Don't be. It's me. I'm just a puppet. Now, Rachel is a puppet. And what's your friend's name?
I'm just a sock puppet here at Port Discovery Children's Museum. You can come down tonight to our Rattle Your Bones Halloween extravaganza and make one of your own of us.
Well, you know, first of all, I want to say what beautiful 3 eyes you have.
Oh.
I know. Your name is beautiful. Your name is beautiful.
Oh.
Okay, and so what time does it start? How do parents get down here? And I'm talking to I'm sorry, puppet. I'm talking to Rachel now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no disrespect. But what time should the parents bring the kids?
Oh, okay. Do you have this?
Yeah, I got it. We're going to be down here at Port Discovery Children's Museum in the Inner Harbor from 5 to 9 tonight for our Rattle Your Bones Halloween spectacular, spooktacular, I guess. We've got tons of fun activities. We're here in our Bone Bin, which is a sensory-friendly space in the museum where you could come and take some time out from all the fun activities. We have a costume parade twice, one at 6, one at 8. We have a spooky maze you can run through. We've got spooky story times running throughout the museum. Lots of fun.
And with that, live from Port Discovery, I'm Puppet Mark Clark reporting. Back to you, Tom and Megan.
If kids have half as much fun as they're having, this is going to be a blast.
Thank you, Mark.
Getting jiggy.
You can find more information about Port Discovery and all the things they have for kids at foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And again, 8:27, you were standing by as we see EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III funeral procession. As that is just about to begin, we'll be checking in with this procession throughout the morning and taking a live look on the right from Duderuck Funeral Home in Dundalk. And then on the left, that is right at Mary or Queen, the church where the funeral will actually take place. That's coming up in just a little bit.
It is 8:27, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
You're taking live right now. Happening today, the funeral procession for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III. It is beginning. His casket and body was just placed just minutes ago in the back of that fire truck you see right there at the Duderuck Funeral Home in Dundalk. The procession will then go all the way to the church, Mary, Lady Our Queen, and that is where you see on the left-hand side a live shot of the procession starting to line up there too, as they will be receiving the body, and then the funeral procession will happen inside that church. The streets around there are closed, so if you're traveling York Road and you're near there or North Avenue, you'll start seeing some cones in some different areas closed off because of that, and it's such a large display now coming. Rodney Pitts died in a row home fire just last week. He was one of two who died, and he'd been with the department for a year and was just officially pinned by Chief Wallace in August of this year.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning to you on this Friday, October 27th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out exactly how gorgeous this weekend is going to be, because, I mean, yesterday was mid-80s.
Can you beat it? Really?
I know.
I
like
mean,
beach weather.
Literally, meteorologist Wyatt Everhart with a look at what we're expecting.
Yeah, Taylor, Tom, we actually beat the old all-time record yesterday. Today it's going to be close. I mean, but we're still talking like pushing 80. So unseasonably warm continues to be our weather theme, and you can see it through the next 8 hours. Temperatures climbing from the 70s into the 80s without any difficulty at all. And big picture wise, you know, this is, you look at it different ways, but the bottom line is even later into the day, we're going to hang tough in those mid 70s. We'll talk much more about how the cold air blasts in and exactly when that happens. It's coming up.
Thank you, Wyatt. This morning in a city in crisis. Baltimore's flagship violence intervention program is now under federal investigation. The FBI raiding the Bel Air Edison Safe Streets location just yesterday. Sources telling us it's on suspicion of affiliation with the Black Guerrilla Family, or BGF gang. FBI also raiding the homes of 2 employees with LifeBridge Health, one of the nonprofits that oversees the program.
Mayor Brendan Scott says anyone connected to wrongdoing will be held accountable. But Fox 45 News has been demanding accountability within the Safe Streets program for years. Our questions about the program's funding, how its employees are vetted, and the training they go through have largely gone unanswered. Longtime Baltimore resident, Pastor P.M. Smith, joined us yesterday afternoon saying a lack of transparency is a major red flag for Baltimore residents.
I want Mr. Barron to follow through on this. I want him to hold everybody accountable. I want him to make sure the mayor is not using Muncie or Safe Streets or Catholic Charities as a front for criminal engagement.
Now, this is not the first time Safe Streets has been linked to the Black Guerrilla Family gang. 2018, Ricky Evans, a former Safe Streets worker, admitted to storing guns and drugs at a Safe Streets location that used to be on Monument Street in East Baltimore. The feds say Evans admitted to using the location as a BGF gang meeting location. And BGF has existed for more than 60 years. Here in Maryland, more than 30 years. In 2013, Baltimore City State's attorney indicted nearly 50 BGF members and associates for their alleged role in trafficking guns, using weapons, and committing acts of violence in a Baltimore neighborhood. That same year, 13 correctional officers were among 25 BGF members indicted in a takedown of an operation happening inside prison walls.
Now, some with ties to the state Safe Streets program have brought up concerns about criminal activity before. Safe Streets worker Ronald Brady Jr. was accused of killing Demon Scroggins back in September of 2019. The case went to trial in 2022, but it ended in a hung jury. Brady was ultimately acquitted back in March. Scroggins' family is highly critical of the Safe Streets program. They call it, quote, a criminal enterprise.
My belief is that our city government is financing a criminal enterprise. I believe that within my heart. Our city government is so invested in it that it's turning a blind eye to what it really is.
We met with his parents, his fiance, beautiful people, deeply hurt, much like our members are.
This morning, the city is remembering the life and legacy of M&T firefighter Rodney Pitts III.
Now, Pitts was killed battling a 2-alarm row home fire last week in northwest of Baltimore. A second firefighter, Lieutenant Dylan Ronaldo, died from his injuries this week after being critically hurt in that fire.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning from the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen, where the funeral for Pitts is being held this morning. Quite a gathering behind you, Shannon.
Quite a gathering, Taylor. This funeral is set to start in just about an hour and a half. You can see already how many people are here. A sea of blue behind me. First responders lining up, waiting for this procession. Just across the way here, I want to show you the line of fire engines, dozens of them here along the street. And you can see that American flag displayed above them. All of this honoring EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III. We also want to get you now to a look at the schedule for today. The funeral is set to start at 10 this morning here at the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen at 5200 North Charles Street. We're also giving you a live look now from the Duderuck Funeral Home in Dundalk, where the procession will begin around 8:45. Pitts will then be brought here. Then following the service, there will be a procession from the cathedral here to Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens in Timonium, where firefighter Pitts will be laid to rest. This coming after our cameras also captured this, the procession for Baltimore City Fire Lieutenant Dylan Ronaldo yesterday. He is the second firefighter to die from last week's blaze, succumbing to his injuries this week after spending multiple days in the hospital. Members of the firefighters union say these losses are immeasurable.
When you technically fight fire together, you depend on each other to have each other's backs, and when something like this happens, it hits you. It takes your confidence away.
You can get closer than family, and I don't think it's not a bond that's easily duplicated in any other walk of life.
Now, 3 other firefighters were injured during this response. They have all since been released from the hospital. But again, we want to give you another live look out here. The service for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III. It gets underway at 10 this morning. As you can see, a lot of preparation underway. We're going to continue to stay out here and bring you that live coverage throughout the morning. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. The funeral for a Maryland judge who was killed right in his driveway in Hagerstown is happening this morning. Why tragedy is bringing relief to Andrew Wilkinson's friends and family.
And warmer weather is ahead, and it's made its way to the region. But is it here to stay?
Meteorologist Wyatt Everhart is tracking our next weather maker and when we can expect our next cool down. 8:37. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. It happened in a shooting rampage. Authorities say the gunman ended up killing 18 people and injuring many others, the shooter injuring more than a dozen in a small, close-knit community in Maine. 40-year-old suspect seen right here is the man at the center of this intensifying FBI manhunt. This morning, we're learning more about the alleged shooter and the victims that he killed in the deadliest mass shooting since Uvalde, Texas.
We now have chilling surveillance images showing the moments the mass shooting suspect's deadly rampage began. First, at a local bowling alley hosting a youth night for a kids' bowling league. Then, traveling about 4 miles to the second location, a restaurant. In total, killing 18 people. Overnight, the FBI returning the suspect's last known location, his home in Bowdoin, Maine. At least 80 FBI agents, leaders with the DEA, ATF, and Homeland Security joining in the search for the gunman. Sources on the ground recovering a firearm in one of the suspect's vehicles, but he wasn't there. Here's what we know about him. He enlisted in the Army Reserves in 2002, but has no combat deployments. In July, at the New York National Guard's camp, he was said to be behaving erratically and allegedly threatened other soldiers with violence. And then this.
We did receive some information this past September that he had potentially made some type of veiled threats towards the Reserve Center here in Saco.
Meantime, an entire community now shaken to the core as we learn more about the victims killed in this senseless shooting.
I just wanted to be with my sister, and she was in there, and I didn't know she was her. When you get anything that happens like this, you go empty, and there's just nothing you can do.
Schools in the surrounding communities canceling classes yet again today in response to the ongoing manhunt. That's the latest from our live center.
U.S. is spending billions of tax dollars to assist the military in Israel and Ukraine, the crisis they're facing in keeping their military strong. Plus, how the Middle East conflict could impact prices at the pump. This is all coming up just ahead on Full Measure. 8:43 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The road through postseason baseball on Fox 45 is sponsored by Johns Hopkins Children's Center.
Welcome into your MLB postseason report. I'm Rocco DeSangro. Maybe it's not the matchup you imagined or one you would have hoped for, but the Rangers and Diamondbacks are more than deserving of playing in the World Series. If you watch them play, you know what I'm talking about. Both clubs have announced their starting pitchers for Game 1. Nathan Eovaldi will get the ball for the Rangers. He's 4-0 in the postseason with a 2.42 ERA. Eovaldi will be opposed by Zach Gallen, who is 2-2 with a 5.24 ERA. We are your exclusive home for the 2023 World Series. The Fall Classic begins tonight, and you can watch all the action right here on Fox 45. Arizona looking for its second World Series title ever and first since 2001, while the Rangers, they're in search of their first. First pitch in Arlington is scheduled for tonight at 8:03 p.m. Eastern Time. That's your MLB postseason report. I'm Rocco DeSangro.
You can usually find my next guest out about town. He gets to do all the fun stories as he taste tests his way through the Baltimore region. But today, he's got a tough assignment. He's trying to beat me in these football picks, and he came in talking trash already.
Yes.
Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is my challenger for this week's pigskin predictions.
Yeah, well, I purposely didn't wear purple today, Patrice,
don't try to set it up.
I wanted to destroy you so much that I didn't want anything to match today.
That doesn't even make sense. Like, his picks won't make sense. So let's just get it started with the Baltimore Ravens at Arizona Cardinals. Obviously, he's going with the Cardinals because he didn't wear his purple. I'm Baltimore Ravens all day.
No. I'm going with it. You know what? I bleed purple, so I don't have to wear purple.
Well, let's test that. What do we?
No cuts. Okay. You need a score, or do you just need a prediction?
I just
obviously the Ravens are going to beat the. Come on. Are you saying they're in a mess? The Cardinals are a wreck.
All right.
Yes.
Well, we're both going with the Ravens. All right. Cleveland Browns at Seattle Seahawks. What do you say here? Cleveland's won. I mean, they've won the last two, and they don't even have Deshaun Watson, so they're doing well.
Yeah, and the Seahawks, I think they still will be off without their star receiver. It's a big guy, you know the guy. I want to pick the Browns.
You're going with the Browns? You're picking the Browns? I'm not. I'm going with the Seahawks.
Okay.
Big guy or not.
Now, I know a lot of times you script these out so you could win, so what do we do? You want my honest opinion on these?
Oh, no, you do you.
Oh, okay.
Is that your honest opinion? What do you want, Seahawks or Browns?
Oh, no, the Browns.
What do you feel?
The Browns. I just wanted to make sure, because I know sometimes you have people on, right? Don't you write it out or something?
I don't.
Oh.
I just make sure that one of us is going to win or lose. So sometimes I have to throw myself on the sword and let you have it.
Well, you're going to be throwing yourself
there today. We were supposed to talk all of this before the game started. You do realize.
Okay, fine.
All right, so you're going with the Browns. I'm going with Seattle.
There we go.
Moving on, Jacksonville Jaguars at Pittsburgh Steelers. Can't bring novice into this.
Wow, Patrice, I think I've been on this 10 to 20 years ago. But anyway.
I know, we did.
Okay, I can't pick. Okay, I have to pick the Steelers.
You got to pick the Steelers?
Yeah.
I'm going to go
Now, remember your numbers.
I'm going with the Jaguars.
Okay, remember your numbers now.
Jaguars. They're not the old Jaguars. They're a little different this year.
Well, your winning percentage. Have you ever defeated me?
Every time.
I think you're right.
Every time.
I think that might be true.
Cincinnati Bengals at San Francisco 49ers. The Bengals are coming off a bye.
Yep.
I'm still going with San Francisco, though.
Yeah, they just came off a big loss.
Two big losses.
Burrow's not looking like the same old Burrow. I think I'm going to have to go with San Francisco also.
Okay, at home, you got it. All right.
No.
We've differed on
I'm
two
going to go
games
against
so
you
far.
because I don't want you to have an excuse. So I'm going to go with the other team. I'll go with Cincinnati. Fine, Patrice.
You can do what you want.
I want to win. I want to decisively beat you this time since I've never beat you. So fine.
Philadelphia Eagles at Washington Commanders.
Philadelphia? Yes.
I'm going with Philadelphia too.
Okay, yeah, because you're not a fool now. That's one thing. She is not a fool.
Share your pigskin predictions
Beautiful,
with me
funny,
each
smart.
week.
Not a fool.
Go to my Facebook page and leave me a post.
We have some breaking news we want to tell you about. Police confirming a shooting that happened at Prismont and North Bentlow Streets. This is right near Carver Vocational, and you can see what's going on here in this picture. This is what the Baltimore Police Department has sent out. As you scroll down, you can see the police tape there. So it's right in the proximity, feet away from Carver Vocational Tech School that's in Baltimore City, right there on Presmont Avenue. They say that there's going to be a media staging area is being set up, and we have a crew heading in that direction, and we'll be able to give you the latest reports. But we are hearing that there were 2 subjects shot right near Carver High School, and that there was about 8 rounds that were discharged too during that. And we know that school started at 7:35, the first bell at 7:35 this morning. So we'll give you an update here in just a little bit.
Always scary when you're right near a high school like that. Again, more details coming in. It is 8:51. We do want to switch gears and give you a check of our forecast with meteorologist Wyatt Everhart.
All right. Hey, thanks, Megan. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be a nice day weather-wise. No question about that. Warm, way warmer than average. We're already 61 now at BWI. On our way to near record-breaking warmth. If we get there, it'll be the first time we've hit 82 since 63, but I'm going to go with about 80 today because we do have some cloud cover in the mix. Low 60s all over the immediate metro area. Winds are light, what little wind we have out of the southwest. There's those mid-level clouds. Now, they're breaking up right now, but they may kind of reappear a little bit here late morning to midday. So back and forth with clouds and sun. I think it holds the temps down just a degree or 2 from where they would otherwise go. It's still unseasonably warm. Mostly cloudy conditions overnight, perhaps at times, but I think a sunny scenario on Saturday. So these numbers really, as impressive as they are today for late October, they only get warmer as we go into Saturday. However, the major chill, the major shift in the weather headed our way. High pressure bubble, that's been our weather maker, bringing all this unseasonable warmth. Back to the west, we've got major cold air on the march. I mean, we're talking numbers out here in the Mountain West in the 20s this morning and even this afternoon. Now, that air will be marching southward, but it's going to take another 48 to 72 hours to really get into Maryland, get into the central East Coast. So more record threatening warmth, we'll call it. Friday, Saturday, still pretty mild Sunday. The cool down begins Monday, and the numbers really dropping. Halloween, kids dressing up and also layering up that night because it's going to be much chillier by Tuesday.
Thank you, Wyatt. While it is the end of October, and some may think PSLs, right, with summer lake temperatures that he was just talking about, today I think iced coffee would be a little bit more fitting.
For sure. Let's go ahead and take a coffee break, however you like.
8:56, back to the breaking news. Police confirming a shooting that happened right on Pressman at North Bentley Street. You can see the map right here. You see what's in front of it right next to that red marker? That is Carver Vocational School. In fact, if you take a look right here, you can see earlier Metro News had posted this out. They posted it on X about 2 subjects shot, and then police confirming that. If you see this, they even took a picture and sent it there. One of the eerie parts of the picture that Megan and I have been talking about is that tape right across the street from Carver. You can see the kids' play area there, and it looks like we're going to have a meeting staging area, which is right around the corner, and we have a crew that is heading in that direction right now. We'll be there any minute. We'll find out some more information about this in just a few minutes. Apple could be facing an import ban on certain models of its smartwatch. The International Trade Commission says that some of the watch's technology is in violation of U.S. trade law and that Apple violated its patent. And the commission will now ban those watches from being imported to the U.S. The ban will not go into immediate effect, and the Biden administration can overrule it within 60 days. Meanwhile, Southwest customers can now track their bags through their carrier. The airline says people can view the status of their checked bags right on southwest.com in the mobile app. It confirms when tags are printed and then when the bags are loaded and unloaded from the aircraft. Experts have recommended travelers use electronic tracking devices in their bags to make it easier to find lost luggage. The U.S. economy grew during the third quarter, according to the Commerce Department. The 4.9% increase was more growth than economists had expected. It's a promising sign for the economy. However, experts do not expect to continue as the economy faces a number of headwinds, including soaring bond yields and the resumption of student loan payments. Well, now it's time for today's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
You guys, what are 2 things you lose the most? It's your keys and it's your phone. And it's so frustrating. I know this because I spend hours every day looking for these items. So listen up. You don't want to miss this buy one, get one exclusive deal on the Key Smart Pro. Now, the Key Smart Pro organizes up to 14 keys in one little device. Literally every guy on the set has one in his pocket right now. And as we are setting up this display, people were actually trying to take them. So my advice is buy this now for everyone you love because they're not going to last. It takes all those keys in the drawer, the bottom of your purse, and puts them right into one little thing, and it connects to a free app. So if you lose your keys, you press the button on the app. You lose your phone, you press the button on the keychain. Even if your phone is on silent, you can find it. It's a win-win. They find each other, guys. You know how many hours this saves us? For me, like probably 6 hours a day. I bet you have someone in your life that needs one of these. My family literally impersonates me by putting on a pair of sunglasses and saying, "Where's my phone? Where's my keys?" And now with this buy one, get one free deal, it's the perfect time to get one for you, someone you love, in all of these great colors. Remember, this is a buy one, get one free. Do not wait. Go to asadeals.com.
We want to take you back to that breaking news we are following right now, taking you live to the situation where police now confirming a shooting. This is Pressman at North Bentlow Street is where that shooting happened. You're taking a look at the scene at Pressman and Smallwood. This is where they're setting up a media staging area. The shooting happening just in front of Carver Vocational Technical Institute. You can see the police tape there. We saw a police dog, a canine, just out a little while ago. A staging area again being set up as we speak. Our crews are there. We're going to give you an update as soon as we hear what happened there. Again, getting word shooting just outside of Carver Vocational this morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Well, thank you for joining us. It's 9 o'clock on this Friday, October 27th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Wyatt Everhard with our forecast.
Hey, guys. Yeah, I mean, the warm weather shows no signs of stopping yet, anyway. We see a lot of sunshine already over Camden Yards after a cloudy start early before sunrise. More sun now. That's allowing temps to get up already into the mid-60s. Now, look at the satellite. There is more mid-level cloud cover and moisture to our west, so I think we're a little bit back and forth with the sun and clouds today. That means that basically we'll probably maybe stay a little below the old record of 82, but not by much. Up to 80 or so as we work through this afternoon. way above average, which is only 65. And by the way, we're probably in the mid-80s for Saturday. But that is it. We really dropped the numbers into early next week. Those details and how much colder it gets and exactly when that arrives, it's coming up.
All right, Wyatt, thank you. Fox 45 News' years-long investigation into the Safe Streets program comes to a head with an FBI raid on a Safe Streets location.
Federal agents executed search warrants on the Safe Streets Bel Air Edison site,
as well as 2 employee homes. That happened yesterday morning. This morning, there are growing calls for answers.
All I know is about the raid, and so I need questions answered.
Brennan Scott, the comptroller Bill Henry, they ran on transparency, and now they're running away from it in the key programs, the public safety programs right here in Baltimore. They need to get serious.
Mackenzie Frost has been leading the Fox 45 News investigation into the Safe Streets program.
That's right, and she's got a look at what we know about that FBI raid.
FBI agents raiding the Safe Streets location in Bel Air Edison, as well as 2 employees' homes. Sources close to that investigation tell us that this probe is possibly connected to gang affiliation, and this wouldn't be the first time that has been an issue for Safe Streets. Thursday morning in Bel Air Edison, Safe Streets location getting locked up as a woman captured by Fox 45 News' cameras leaving the Safe Streets site.
Was the FBI here this morning?
Have a good day. Locking the door just hours after the FBI on site searching the location. Sources close to the investigation tell Fox 45 News the probe related to possible Black Guerrilla family gang affiliation. The Bel Air Edison Safe Streets site managed by LifeBridge Health. According to LifeBridge, 2 other employees had federal agents show up at their homes. In a statement, LifeBridge telling Fox 45 News, "We are treating this incident seriously and complying with requests from authorities, but it's unclear what requests have been made." The Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, issuing a brief statement, pledging accountability for anyone found guilty. While MONSE says the FBI raid does not and should not diminish the work that Safe Streets Baltimore staff do on a daily basis, it raises questions about the operations. We sent questions to Mayor Scott and MONSE asking how many current Safe Streets employees are breaking the law. Are any other Safe Streets sites under federal investigation? Is this latest black eye for the program enough for you to call for a pause in funding for and operations of Safe Streets? Will you now release the names of all Safe Streets employees to the public? MONSE referring us back to their first statement, and Mayor Scott not answering the questions directly, instead saying everyone should be held accountable and he will work with federal partners throughout this investigation. While speculation swirls about what's next, it's clear the FBI digging into Safe Streets and City Hall seemingly standing by its flagship gun violence prevention program. We're still working to find out more information about this latest federal investigation, but the FBI tells me no other Safe Streets locations were raided. In the newsroom, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Fox 45 News pressing city council members about the raid.
It's not surprising at all. I mean, myself and a couple of my colleagues have been very vocal on just standard accountability and transparency, and we've gotten none of that.
Obviously, serious allegations. It would be serious allegations if anybody, had that happen to them. So, I look forward to finding out more about what happened and what the investigation holds, and see what comes out of it.
Fox 45 News sent questions about the raid to every city council member, asking for their reaction to it and if they support calls for an audit on the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, or MONSE, which oversees Safe Streets. Mark Conway responded in a statement that reads, "This is concerning to see, and I am seeking additional information. We should always expect public safety agencies and those that receive city funds to carry out important public safety initiatives to follow the law."
This is not the first time that Fox 45 News has found Safe Streets workers with criminal ties. Vernon Harper pleaded guilty to federal drug charges that included dealing drugs in the same Safe Streets zone where he worked. Then there was Ronald Alexander, who was sentenced to more than 11 years in prison for distributing drugs in Baltimore. Charging documents include a picture of him that you see right here in a Safe Streets shirt holding what appears to be a bag of drugs. Prosecutors say he used his position in the Safe Streets program to try and stop investigators from tracking him. The city will not reveal the names of Safe Streets workers, saying that they are not city employees and that their identities need to be protected. However, some critics say that cases like these are why the public should know who the workers are and how the program is spending money.
Public information, such as what we're talking about, is public under Maryland law. And when you redact these things, it is arguably a violation of the law on its face in the state of Maryland. So they need to have radical transparency, forensic audits. We need to be able to follow the money.
Well, we want to know what you think in our question of the day. Should Safe Streets be immediately shut down? Of those who voted, you can see 97% of those say yes. You can weigh in right now by going to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
Fox 45 News has been investigating the Safe Streets program for years, demanding answers about how the program spends your taxpayer dollars and how it keeps track of the former criminals it employs.
We will continue our relentless demand for answers. Our commitment to you is to follow your tax dollars and hold city leaders accountable for the Safe Streets program and any other issue facing Baltimore City.
You can find all of our previous reporting and follow along as our investigation continues right on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com. Happening this morning, Baltimore City Fire Department is holding a funeral for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III.
Pitts was one of 2 firefighters killed as a result of last week's row home fire in Northwest Baltimore. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live from the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen, where he is being remembered. Shannon.
Yeah, right now, guys, you are taking a live look at the sea of blue underway here. First responders lining up. They are awaiting the casket and the family's arrival. We are told that motorcade is en route here to the cathedral, roughly on time for 9:25 for the family arrival. You can hear the bagpipers playing just behind these first responders. You can see the honor guard there lining the steps of the cathedral. A lot going on. And behind us as well, dozens of fire engines lining the streets. A somber morning, but also a time to reflect on the hero that he was. He is being remembered as an old soul with a kind and generous spirit. The funeral for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III is set to start at 10 this morning, so just about an hour from now. Now, Pitts died in the line of duty, you'll remember, after a 2-alarm fire ripped through row homes in a Northwest Baltimore neighborhood. That was last Thursday. The 31-year-old father had been with the department for 1 year and had just been pinned by Chief Wallace in August. So again, we are hearing about him following his death, that he was a father, that he is thought of as an old soul with a kind and generous spirit. And there are just hundreds of people out here honoring him and remembering him. We're going to continue to stay out here and bring you live coverage. Again, the funeral starting at 10, but for now, we'll send it back into you guys.
Well, thank you, Shannon. And here's a look at the road closures. That's right where Shannon is standing on North Charles and Northern Parkway. There is road closures to traffic modifications in place. North Charles Street has been closed since just a little after 7 from West Cold Spring to Northern Parkway. It's expected to open again by noon.
West Northern Parkway will be closed from Charles Streets to 83 following the funeral, so expect closures and delays between 11:30 and 1:30.
I'm going to go back up to that breaking news that we've been telling you about happening in front of Carver Vocational School. In fact, President Nick Mosby of the Baltimore City Council tweeting this out, or posting this on X just a second ago, just received disturbing news. 2 people were shot right outside the entrance at Carver Vocational High School during school arrival. First bell, 7:45. My heart and prayers are with the victims, their families, and all impacted students and staff. This happening there right at Bentley and Pressman Street. So it's happening right in front of Carver Vocational School here. There is a media staging area that is going to be coming up in a little bit, and some other news sources are posting about this. The Baltimore police also had confirmed this. If you're just joining us, we've been also showing you their post to X here too, that media staging area. So we have a crew that is in the way, or is there, and they are getting as much information as possible. We'll be checking in with them in just a little bit. In fact, taking a look at the right side of your screen, that's a live look from about a half a block away from where the police have roped it off. There's another piece of ribbon right in front of our camera right here. So you can't see it, it's below the camera, but this is a live shot. We've seen canine units and a couple other police officers. There's a lot of different units there, and it may be around the corner from this area, either to the right, we believe, but we'll find all the information, and they are going to be able to get us a little information about that. Now, we're just getting this. Baltimore City Public Schools also just posting this on X. We're aware of an incident at Carver this morning. Working with Baltimore Police Department, share further details as we can. Parents, guardians, families advised not to go to the school at this time. Please wait for further instructions. The family and students injured have been notified. All students there inside the campus are secure. But did you see that second sentence? The families of the students injured have been notified. So now we're getting a little bit more details there, that bottom line right there. So there is 2 students that we had heard, or 2 subjects. Now we're hearing students probably injured. And that canine unit may be, and we're speculating here, maybe because they're still searching for the suspects. So that's why they're saying don't go to that area, because they may have a manhunt underway right now.
Certainly reminiscent of September of last year, Tom, as well. Remember when a 15-year-old was shot just outside of Carver Vocational as well. Again, live looks from the scene there. We're going to keep you posted as we continue to learn more. 9:12 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Taking a live look back out at the Carver Vocational Technical School right around the corner where there appears to be a shooting. Baltimore City Police confirming that just a little while ago. And then we also we saw a post on X from the City Council President Nick Mosby saying that there was 2 students that happened right at the beginning of school, which opening bell is 7:45.
Yeah.
Also, you see that post on X there from earlier. And then we also heard from Baltimore City Public Schools.
Yeah, and they were talking about parents and you know, to try and avoid going to the school right now. Something interesting from Mosby, as you look at that tweet there, right outside the entrance is where they're saying that the shooting happened there and during arrival, as Tom mentioned there as well. So they're saying that the students, families that have been impacted by this have been alerted according to schools, and we are waiting for a media news conference to begin hopefully here soon. They've got that set up. You can see the police tape still in that area. We also don't know if they have any suspects, if they have the shooter in custody, if this is an active investigation. This all just happening here in the last hour or so breaking.
And just minutes ago, the Baltimore City Public Schools, when they posted that to X, they wrote in there the students that have been injured, their families have been notified. And that's why they're asking any other family members not to go to that area, because they probably are still searching for the suspects, possibly. So we'll find that out here in just a little bit. That's one breaking news story that we're working on. As you see, looks like they're maybe coming closer to go, hopefully, to a podium here in just a little bit, and we'll be able to get a little information. We're going to check in here in just a little bit, because also the same time that's going on, we have right now, we've been following another story this morning.
That's right. This is the funeral procession for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III. It is now beginning. This is a live look from the Duda Ruck Funeral Home there in Dundalk.
Yeah, Pitts ended up losing his life while fighting a fire in Northwest Baltimore Thursday afternoon. We've been following this procession all morning long. He'd been with the department for just a year and was just officially pinned by Chief Wallace in August of this year. We'll continue going back and forth into these different stories for you.
And a moving procession there, as you see so many firefighters from all over the state of Maryland now preparing to say their final goodbyes. As we dip back out of that, we're hearing that there is a news conference getting underway for that Carver vocational shooting. As we switch back to that shooting, I think we want to go back to that live shot and see if that's getting underway.
Hey, somehow you can hook 45's mic up. That'd be great.
You can see right here, they're still getting everything set up here. We're going to hear some information about the students' involvement with a shooting at vocational school here at Carver Vocational just a little while ago. So we're going to stay actually with this just for a little bit to find out some details here, and we'll find out the information, and then we'll be going back over to also finding out about the firefighters procession.
This is Acting Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner Kevin Jones, Baltimore City Police. I'm here with the PIO from School Police, Mr. John Davis, as well as Major Matt Carell of the Western District. At 0750 hours this morning, there was a call for service in reference to a shooting at Carver High School, 2201 West Pressman Street. At 0752 hours, our first officer was on the scene. At 054 hours, an officer had already applied a chest press as well as a tourniquet to one of the victims. As of right now of this reporting, there are two juvenile victims, 16 years old, that attended Carver High School. There was a third walk-in victim, also a juvenile at 17 years of age. All three victims are in non-life-threatening condition at University Hospital. This is an active crime scene. It's still early in the investigation as of right now. Crime Lab is on the scene. As you well know, instantly school police and their protocols put the school on lockdown, which they are currently still in at the moment. In reference to the individual suspect, we do know the individual is a unidentified African-American male who did flee eastbound on Pressman Street. We are actively working right now doing concentric searches in reference to identifying this individual with the use of not only CCTV cameras but school cameras in the area.
Do we know how it all happened?
Still active investigation. We do know that there was a possible fray, and then there was the discharge of the weapon.
We had heard from a parent that the kids had known for days something was going to happen. Have you heard anything about that?
Early in the investigation, I cannot confirm or deny.
Is the alleged shooter a student here?
It is still early in the investigation. We are unaware.
Next, anyone else?
What kind of weapon was used?
Still early in the investigation. We do know we have multiple casings on the ground.
So multiple weapons?
We have multiple casings on the ground.
Can we hear from school officials as to why kids are still being allowed into school and why this whole area isn't blocked off to be made safe for students?
Well, students that came in any time around there, went into their normal entrances and went on lockdown immediately, right? And if kids made their way in, we wanted to make sure they were safe, and so we got them into a safe place and have kept them there. And we should be very clear. The families of the victims have already been communicated with. So if there are families of Carver students, right, they should know that their child is here and fine and safe and is not one of the victims because we've already communicated with those families.
I will say that in reference to my specific response here, I came from North Avenue and I did have to go through several layers of block streets that school police had cordoned off.
Walk us through, I mean, the school was about to start. Walk us through buses arriving. How did this all unfold right over here? Just from the early indication of this investigation, how did this begin?
As I said before, there was some kind of a fray. I don't know about buses. It's still early in the investigation. It would be irresponsible for me to speak of that right now.
Anyone who hasn't asked a question yet?
When you say chest press and tourniquets, was it just one victim, multiple victims? How many?
So the one victim had a shot to his left chest as well as his hip. The second victim that was on the scene in the courtyard had a graze wound to his hip. I am unsure of where the gunshot wound was for the third walk-in victim. The victim that did have the gunshot wound to his chest had a chest seal put on as well as a tourniquet.
Anyone else who hasn't asked a question? Okay, thank you very much.
I have one more question.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Okay. You can send our office. Okay.
All right, you were just listening live. This is the latest information just coming in as we got word about a little over an hour ago of a shooting outside Carver Vocational this morning. You heard the officer there telling us that it started at 7:50 this morning. 2 minutes later, officers on scene, multiple casings there. Sounds like maybe an argument, but they're not really shedding light on it. Right,
yeah.
A fray that might have led to this.
And it was interesting, though, because he said that, and then the reporters, you heard them asking different things about, he said, okay, we got the call at 7:50. At 7:52, an officer arrived. Was that officer a school resource officer at Carver? Is there one at that school? We don't know. It seems like two 16-year-olds and a 17-year-old, all non-life-threatening injuries. That's the good news right there. And obviously, they're still looking. Manhunt or suspect is now still out there in that area. That's why we're telling people to stay away.
And went on foot, fleeing down Pressman. Unclear if that shooter is a student at Carver or, age. Nothing being really discovered on that end, other than we did see the canines out there. We know that it's an active investigation, but 3 students injured here this morning.
Yeah, and we were able to hear a little bit. Taylor's there on the scene. She was asking a couple questions, too, and she was asking a little bit about, okay, well, what was the scene in front of it? And he said he would not speculate on there, but that was great questions because it's 7:45 opening bell, and the 911 call comes within minutes of that. So you think there were a lot of people right there in front of Carver, a lot of witnesses, and that they're looking at CCTV, so some security cameras, maybe even some ring cameras in that neighborhood, possibly piece it together and get a description of it. They were able to contact the family of the students right away. So that's why when the school's public information officer was asked, they said, we've already contacted the families. So that's why they were saying school is not really, it's still open. Students are still inside the school, still learning. The whole place hasn't been shut down because that suspect, I guess, ran away from the location. So they're thinking the school grounds are safe.
Yeah, fled down Pressman. Again, as we look at the shot right here, that area on Pressman right there is shut down. This happens to be on Smallwood. If you know this area, that's where this media staging area is happening. They've got the police tape all around the area, though. So while the students are inside the school, family members who are trying to get to them are being cut off. Obviously, the tweet coming down from Baltimore City Public Schools, letting parents know that they're aware of it. They are asking parents to wait for further instruction, saying the families of the students injured have been notified. All other students are inside. The campus is secure, but, many wondering when they can get in touch with their other students, their children who might have witnessed that and are wondering what's going on, what might be next in their life as they learn about their friends and what happened outside today.
On Carver Vocational School, obviously, we've heard that report from that area. There's been multiple times where there's been guns found in the school, and there was a student actually that police were pursuing that they found not too long ago, just a few months ago. You may remember that, where they actually found the student running away from police and getting into the school. He was found with a gun on his person after going into that school, and that was created a lot of questions about, well, what about metal detectors, how to get back in. So that school, I know, has just gone through a security check, which was good on the grounds, but this happened outside of the school, not in the school.
Very familiar to what happened September of 2022, just last year when a 15-year-old was shot right outside of Carver. So a very similar scene, just over a year apart. This time we've got 3 students, again, shot here this morning. Non-life-threatening injuries is what we're hearing there, but a gunman on the loose now.
Now, this is a developing story, and we'll be checking back in with Taylor. In fact, you can see her there. We're going to be checking back in and find out. Are we able to talk to Taylor right now, or is she ready to? Taylor, are you able to hear us? All right.
I'm right now out of Carver Vocational School, and this investigation is really just ramping up. Are you able to hear me? Just give me a chance.
Yes, we can hear you. We got you.
Okay, good to know. So I got a chance to talk to some students. They say at the start of their school day, that's when the shooting took place. We know that at least 3 people were hit by bullets. 1 was grazed, but one person, possibly a student here, was hit in the chest and in the hip. As we're coming out here today and trying to learn more information, what's not clear is who the shooter is and where the shooter is. Several streets are blocked off here. We're on Pressman and North Smallwood. And as we scan the scene, just look over here, you can see the police presence has started to die down a bit, but the shooter still out there. Now, as folks have been coming to the school, parents concerned, picking up their children, we're also learning that the students are still attending class. They've been able to go.
Oh, sounds like we might be having trouble with Taylor's mark. I can see her still out there, hopefully. Oh, there you go, Taylor. Go ahead. We can still see you.
We do know that the shooter is still out there. They're looking and canvassing the area as we speak for that shooter. Not clear if they are a student. We asked that. And it's not clear why, in fact, the school is not shut down yet for the day, but we're going to get more information as we stay out here on the scene. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
And I think that the real touch point right now is for parents and students to make sure they feel safe and secure as those 3 people who've now been taken to the hospital are now recovering from gunshot wounds. I mean, just at the start of the school day here, you guys. So definitely a tense situation. We're monitoring it, and we'll bring you guys the latest updates.
Taylor, you said you spoke with some of the students. What are they feeling? What are they thinking? Did they look upset?
Some students seemed upset. Others seemed like it was another day, and that was really the disheartening part. You know, I'm taking this in as the students here are taking this in, and the sentiment that you're getting is that, dang, this happened again, and that's really not a good feeling. But as I said, we're going to continue to canvass the area and get the latest information for you guys. Megan, Tom.
All right, thank you, Taylor. We appreciate it.
Again, a developing story here as we learn of that shooting just outside Carver Vocational. Taylor's on the scene. We're in touch with police as well. We'll keep you posted as soon as we learn more.
9:28 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News. We're all local all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore,
This is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. It's Friday, October 27th. I'm Megan Gilland.
And I'm Tom Rogers, and we have some breaking news that we've been following. Also, a funeral procession.
That's right. The city remembering the life and the legacy of EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III.
Pitts was killed while battling a two-alarm row home fire just last week in Northwest Baltimore. Second firefighter, Lieutenant Dylan Ronaldo, also died from his injuries this week after being critically hurt in that same fire.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning from the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen, where the funeral for Pitts is being held and underway as we speak. Shannon.
Yes, and we are waiting for the to arrive here this morning. Megan, you can see the sea of blue here this morning, the procession just waiting for the family to arrive. We're told that they are en route and they should be getting here any minute now. And behind them, you can see the honor guard there lining the steps of the cathedral. The bagpipers are playing. It is an emotional and solemn morning here. The funeral is set to start at 10 this morning. We also want to get you to a look at the schedule for today. As I said, the funeral is set to start at 10 this morning here at the Cathedral of Mary Our Queen at 5200 North Charles Street. And we know that following the service, there will be a procession from the cathedral here to Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens in Timonium, where firefighter Pitts will be laid to rest. Again, he is being remembered as an old soul, a kind person. His sacrifice and his service will never be forgotten. You can see the hundreds of people that have gathered out here, all to remember and to honor him. And again, we are waiting for his arrival as this procession is underway, and he is set to arrive at any time now, along with his family. People remembering Pitts as a father, as a person who was kind, and it just reflects with what you're seeing out here this morning, the outpouring of support and love. So again, we're going to continue to stay out here and watch as this procession gets underway and as this funeral starts here in just about 30 minutes. But for now, we're going to send it back into you.
All right, thank you, Shannon. And we'll be checking back in with Shannon, obviously, as that procession moves forward here in this 9:30 hour. Well, road closures, because right where she was standing, that is right on North Charles Street, and there's some traffic modifications in place for his funeral and that procession right here. So it's closed from now. Obviously, it closed at about 7 o'clock this morning until noon. Also, you need to look at West Cold Spring Lane and Northern Parkway. Big thoroughfares there. They're also expected to be opening back again 12 to 1:30 because that procession, once they leave the Our Lady Cathedral.
West Northern Parkway is going to be closed from Charles Streets to 83 following the funeral, so you can expect some closures and delays between 11:30 and 1:30 through that area.
Now back to the breaking news this morning as Baltimore's police department confirmed 3 juveniles who have been shot this morning at Carver Vocational High School. 2 of the victims are students, and they are 16-year-old males. One is a 17-year-old who is not a student at Carver, but then walked into an area high school later on. All 3 have non-life-threatening injuries. Some good news there, but they're still searching for the unidentified suspect who they say fled eastbound on Pressman. We don't know if that suspect was a student at the school.
Baltimore City Public Schools are telling us that parents and guardians, they are advised not to go to the school at this time, and that they have notified the families of injured students. We have Taylor Stewart. She is live on the scene there. She was there for the media briefing just a minute ago. Taylor, what are you seeing now?
Well, right now, this area is taped off. This is where the shooting occurred this morning, right before that opening bell, 7:45 this morning. As you can see, police tape lining this area. We're on North Smallwood and Pressman Street, and right now the energy is one of questioning. Folks really just want to know what happened, how this unfolded. We got a chance to speak with the officer involved in this, and he said there were EMTs out here doing chest compressions for 2 of the victims. A 3rd victim walked into the hospital this morning, and it's not entirely clear where the shooter is. That's the search that's underway this morning. That's why you're seeing such a large police presence out here. But I do want to swing around here and show you guys the other area here as students are being let into the school building, and parents we've seen a few pick their students up for the day. This all happening before the day even got started here. We know that the students who did sustain shots were taken to the hospital. One person hit in the chest and in the hip. So definitely a serious situation we're dealing with. We had a chance to speak with some students this morning, and we'll tell you more about that as this investigation continues throughout the morning here. Fox 45 Morning News, Taylor Stewart.
Thank you, Taylor. Fox 45 News will continue to bring you updates on air and online. Just head to our website at foxbaltimore.com.
A lot of reaction coming in response to this tragedy, to this shooting that unfolded. Shooting again, 3 juveniles, 16-year-olds and a 17-year-old. Nick Mosby writing in, I just received disturbing news that 2 people were shot right outside the entrance at Carver Vocational High School during school arrival. My heart and prayers are with the victims, their families, and all impacted students and staff. Again, City Council President Nick Mosby writing that in. We have since learned it was 3 that were shot. Lisa writing, another day of the horrors, and a sad truth there. Someone else writing, wow, this is exhausting every day. One more for you. Thoughts and prayers, simply put. This is not the first time that we have seen violence near the school, as you see many mentioning of that. Last month, a 14-year-old girl was shot not too far from that very same school. In March, a 15-year-old was arrested after running into the school with a loaded gun. Police say the young suspect had carjacked an Uber driver shortly before. That incident prompting concerns about tracking who comes into the building while school is in session.
Last year, a 15-year-old student at Carver was also grazed in the head by a bullet right near that same campus. Thankfully, he survived. 9:37 is the time, and you're taking a live look right now from the scene. Back to our breaking news. If you're just joining us there this morning, Baltimore Police Department confirming 3 juveniles were shot right at Carver Vocational High School, right when school was starting this morning, outside of the building. 2 of those victims we know are students, one a 17-year-old who is not a student at Carver. All 3 have non-life-threatening injuries. They're still searching for the unidentified suspect at this time who fled eastbound on Pressman Street. We don't know if that suspect was a student at the school.
Baltimore City Public Schools are saying that parents and guardians are advised not to go to the school at this time, and that they have notified the families of the injured students. We have Taylor Stewart. She is out live at the scene there just outside the school talking to folks who are out there. Taylor, what are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Look, it's a really tense situation, you guys, and I've been talking to folks just trying to get the history of what has happened here at Carter Vocational High School. With us this morning is Kenny Ebron, and good morning to you.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you?
I'm good, but you pulled me over and you said, do you know the history of what we've seen here in this area? You're a longtime resident.
Absolutely.
Get us up to speed with some of the issues you've seen with terms of youth and guns.
When we look at the issue where we had a body hanging from the basketball court, maybe like 3 years ago, and the children had to walk to school and seen something like that, going on at the school. If we look at on the first beginning of the school year, when a young person was chased by the police officer who ran into the Carver High School and threw on a hoodie to try to hide himself and was caught and was taken out of here. So these children have seen a lot that's happening in this community, and going to and from. Children are afraid. Children, they don't want to carry guns. They don't want to carry knives. They're trying to protect themselves from people who wants to break the law, the people who wants to commit these crimes. And our innocent children feel though that they need to protect themselves.
But this is an example of when the need to protect yourself spills over into gun violence, where someone, right now everyone's alive, but someone could have lost their life today. And that's so as you look at this situation and the previous situations, what does your concern become when you look at the number of protection or the officers around here, or the ability to keep kids protected as they go to school?
Yeah, I do believe that there should be a school police officer in every high school there is in the city of Baltimore. When we're dealing with a crisis of children who are committing crimes, children who feel though they have to carry guns, we got to protect the children. If you want to put metal detectors inside of the schools, also make sure that there's a police at every Baltimore City public school for high school students. Today, kids are celebrating Poly and City's football game today. So they dressed up in their orange and black and they blue and orange, and they geared up and ready, and then something like this happened. Yeah. And so this is where we're dealing with mental illness, mental health issues right here. Yeah. From what these children have seen, children scatter and running, running and scared and afraid.
And playing out in real time today, we did see several students who were either coming to school or leaving the school building. If I walk you down here, thank you so much, Mr. Brown. If I walk you down here, just over here, over in this corner, we've seen several students go inside. We believe it's the gymnasium. Parents have come by, and they're all just trying to figure out what happened here today. As Mr. Ebron just said, this is a day of celebration. A lot of big games happening today. Students came out really ready to get the weekend started, but before the bell even rang, here on North Smallwood, that shooting occurred. So we're still trying to gather the latest information. We do know 3 people were hit. One person, at least, we know had severe injuries in the chest and in the hips, sustained bullet wounds. And we know EMTs had to do chest compressions out here. This is a very tense situation. It's unfolding as we speak. And as we get more of the history, you kind of get an idea of where students' minds might be this morning. We'll continue to follow these updates and bring you the very latest as they come about.
Taylor, I have a quick question for you. We saw the Baltimore school saying parents don't come, the kids are inside the building. Has there been any update to that? Is anyone coming or going from the school now?
Look, parents are doing what they please, Megan. I'll be real with you. If you were a mom and heard there was a shooting at your child's school, what would you do? We've seen several parents come pick up their students despite that notice. We do know the school's on lockdown as they continue to look for the shooter. They have not found the shooter. They do know he ran away on foot on Preston Street. So that's something we're also following, Megan.
Taylor, you were just speaking with that gentleman there. That was great, giving us the information about what the feel is like in that neighborhood. Is they were excited about a football game tonight, a huge football game in the city. Then this happens, yet they brought him back into the building, and they're supposed to learn something today. That's got to be very difficult, the trauma that's involved there with the teaching and the students trying to sit there and just try and, okay, let's go back to our regular day and get ready for, math. So that was a very great point that you brought up. But another question that I think he hinted on is we need to have police officers in the schools at all time. That's one question. Was there a city police officer, a resource officer at Carver when that shooting unfolded? Because he just pointed out all the violence that's been associated at that location.
And Tom, that is a great question. I appreciate you for actually sending me that question. I tried to get that in with the Baltimore Schools resource officer, but couldn't get that question answered. But that is a question we are asking as we learn more about what unfolded here this morning. Was there an officer? We don't know that information yet, but that's something we definitely want to get an answer to.
And it's interesting because we know the response was 2 minutes.
Right.
So that's pretty quick. We'll get some answers here soon. Taylor, we appreciate your interview, your time. We're going to be checking back in here again. I know many parents, if they're not there, glued to the TVs.
Yeah, in fact, we just want to play one little thing before. Taylor, when you first got there, I know that we had that, we were with the public information officer. And let's listen in real quick what they had to say.
We had heard from a parent that the kids had known for days something was going to happen. Have you heard anything about that?
Early in the investigation, I cannot confirm or deny.
Right, they should know that their child is here and fine and safe and is not one of the victims because we've already communicated with those families.
I will say that.
That was the information earlier this morning. Fox 45 News will continue bringing you updates on air and online in this breaking news that happened at Carver Vocational High School. Just head over to our website at foxbaltimore.com.
Also happening this morning, the city is remembering the life and the legacy of EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III.
A major procession happening here right in front of a church at Lady of Grace here. And Shannon Lilly's been standing by. She's been watching this from the Cathedral of Mary, our Queen, right now. Shannon, I know that you've been waiting on the procession for the family to arrive, and it's been a somber moment here. Has any activity happened since?
Well, we're learning, Tom, that caisson is on Cold Spring Lane. So that is where they're waiting over there on Cold Spring Lane. They're about a mile away from where we are here, waiting for the family to get in place. So really, any minute now, we should start seeing them come down this way. You can see everyone is ready. Everyone is in place. The sea of blue lining outside in front of the cathedral, the honor guard on the steps of the cathedral there. This all in honor of EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III. The funeral is set to start in just 13 minutes from now. So really, things should be getting underway. We're not seeing that procession, that motorcade arriving just yet. But again, it's just about a mile away, we're told. So any minute now. We're also told that he will be arriving on engine 35, and that is his engine that he was on. So we will see that as it unfolds probably in just a few minutes here. We're standing by it and watching, guys. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, Shannon, earlier we were able to see his body in the casket be placed on the back of that engine, and that's coming from Dundalk. So it is a ways away from where you are. The camera has been showing us a little bit glimpses, and it looks like hundreds of people. Can you explain how many people are actually there and how many vehicles may be blocking the roads, reason why there's so much traffic issues because they had to block off so much?
I mean, it is just hundreds, Tom. I mean, if we can try to pan. Oh, and it looks like something's happening here. They're telling us to stand by. So I believe the motorcade is soon arriving. Let's listen in and see what's going on. All right, here it comes. We're seeing a white van pull up. we believe the family is inside here. So this is the family arriving. This is all ahead of the funeral for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III. So right now we are watching as the family, and after that the casket will be arriving here ahead of the funeral for EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III. We're behind a large crowd of people, so you can see it's kind of difficult to see. But just to give you some perspective, I mean, this line of first responders, they are wrapping all the way around this cathedral here, and then just behind them, dozens and dozens of fire engines with an American flag displayed above them. It's quite a display out here. All of these people out here gathering to honor EMT firefighter Rodney Pitts III. We're told that the family is now arriving. We did see white vans that were told they would be inside. It's kind of hard to see. But again, all of this is happening ahead of the funeral, which is set to start at 10 this morning. You can see the honor guard here. They're lining the steps of the cathedral.
Shannon, the support there, it's unbelievable from the first responders. Are you seeing on their vests where they're coming from? I know obviously probably all across the state of Maryland, but often you see the men and women in blue show up from statewide.
Exactly, Megan. We've seen people as far away from Pennsylvania, so we know that, yeah, there are first responders here from not only across the state but outside of the state. So that just gives you some perspective of what we're seeing out here, and the display of honor and respect and sadness, really, that we're seeing for their fallen brother.
We are seeing some activity now there, Shannon, but also the family coming in. Are they waiting for the fire truck for Pitt's body to come with the casket in that and then follow that? Okay.
Right, so the family's coming first, and then we expect the fire engine to come through with his body. And right now we are seeing some movement. As you guys said, you can see it as well.
And it looks, and just a reminder of viewers here, if you're just tuning in right now, this is for Rodney Pitts III, died fighting a row home fire in East Baltimore. 2 firefighters actually died in that blaze. Now, what we are waiting for here is we're waiting for the fire truck that is carrying his casket, and that's coming from Dundalk. You can hear the helicopters. It's getting closer. I know state troopers were actually out there following that. So they that procession is coming from all the way from Dundalk all the way there right onto Charles Street, and that's why it's being closed off. So you imagine the highways that have been shut down as that's been moving through.
And just a difficult week as you look at those first responders being there obviously to pay tribute, but they have another brother who lost their life this week as well. So some heavy hearts
Officer
there,
Ronaldo,
and
yeah.
yes, and can happen as you're putting your life in danger every single day to try and save others and their belongings at times, their homes, and to be there to celebrate that life is an important thing for them to do.
Yes, Shannon, I know that you have been covering this morning and watching everyone gather here. We're actually going to hear that this will be going until noon, and then once the funeral procession leaves there and goes to the cemetery, this could be taking place until 1:30. Is that correct?
I believe so, yeah. We know that from here, the funeral, the procession will then go from the cathedral here to Delaney Valley Memorial Gardens in Timonium, and that's where he will be laid to rest. So yes, it will likely go on for several hours after the funeral is over. The funeral, again, is set to start in 4 minutes. So, and we're still waiting for the arrival of the casket. So maybe starting later than we expected.
Right. I don't think time matters at this moment with everyone there.
No, for sure not.